Это не очередная конференция про ковид, удаленку и кризис. Не про прошлое, а про настоящее и будущее.
And the future. 2020 brought a lot of new things, and we've used to live in a continuously changing world and learned to adapt. We became more agile, creative, and strong. In our hands, we've got all the components for our business growth. So the only thing remaining is for us to choose the proper paths and engineer our construction in 2021. Together with our partners and customers, we did analysis and identified the bits with potential growth, having sifted away from those that no longer will work. In 2021, it is important to optimize business processes. I believe that the most important instrument is the way we work correctly as the marketeers, the way we work correctly with people's insight. Working with impressions will take a new level, but it we describe as digital immersion will become even more popular. All kinds of advertising where we're not able to understand whether the information about a customer reaches the point and how many of them we covered as a result of any campaign will leave the market. And the customization will become stronger, and adaptive communication with the users in order to break through the information clutter and propose the information and solutions relevant at the point in time. We use more and more new technologies, but it's important to take a very proper and correct approach to their choice and implementation. New formats and new channels of communications emerge, like direct broadcasts, online concerts, deliveries, video services, augmented reality. E-commerce will become an inextricable part of all of the brand communications, not only as a sales channel, but also as a platform. In order to achieve high results, we're changing our approaches in what we do. The ability to be agile and actual and vital, and the quick decision-making is the token of success for today and tomorrow. The main skill that we had to learn through 2020 is flexibility, agility, and the ability to change strategy and tactics on the go. I believe this is the key kind of a habit that we'll be able to make good use in 2021. The ability to assess the efficiency of customization, targeted communication compared with the mass coverage instruments, and finding a balance. The diversity and inclusivity, these are not just plain words. We need to understand how brands could use this particular agenda next year. I believe that this trend is just about coming into our market and will be evolving further next year. Any brand that is aiming to work with the young generation should gradually include these themes into its agenda. It is very important in the team of the people who work with the brands who simply are involved in business development to be able to understand all points of view. So the more diverse is one's working team, the more diverse are the views of the people over the businesses, over the performance, over the decisions and the implementation of various decisions and their execution, the more productive and more diverse and the greater than can be the results. We believe that any crisis creates additional opportunities for growth. We are aware that in our hands we have all the necessary tools to develop the business, and together from different pieces and bits of this construction we created the 2020 growth model, 2021 growth model. Good morning, colleagues. Many thanks for being with us today. My name is Maria Kolosova. I am the CEO of GroupM Russia, and on behalf of our agencies Mindshare, Mediacom, and Wavemaker, as well as the GroupM Advertising Holding, I am happy to welcome you to our annual conference this year, next year, 2020. It is no exaggeration for me to say that this year turned out to be one big lesson of stoicism, expedience and agility. In the beginning, it looked as a sprint race, but right now one can definitely state that we are running a very long-distance marathon. We changed our attitude and our mindset, and about many things. We have been confronted by a great number of changes in our usual processes within a very short period of time. Transformations that we've been talking about for years took place within just a few months, and even less than that. No matter how often we talk about technologies which enabled us to turn our businesses around, eventually everything fell upon human shoulders, which yet again have proven their strength and ability to quickly adapt to the changes, to act creatively, to be optimistic. And before we begin our traditional reports and presentations, yet again I would like to say a great many thanks to our colleagues, our customers and clients who did everything they could in order for the business to continue developing and growing in this exceptionally complex year. So thank you very much, my dears, for your patience, for your speed, for being constructive and for your support in these difficult times. We promise not to focus upon the past, but look into the future. But nevertheless, in my presentation, I cannot but mention a few things which defined this year and without doubt will impact the development in the next year. So, the economics. Here, of course, the situation is far from making us feel happy. The last adjusted Minister of Economic Development forecast from September shows that the GDP is going to fall by 3.9% this year. This is almost 1 point better than the May expectations at 4.8, but nevertheless this is still decline. Inflation throughout the year is expected to be at 3.8% against the official wage growth by 1.5%. The real disposable household income was 3%, which amongst other things became the reason for the retail turnover to fall by 4.2%. At the level of each individual person, everything, unfortunately, is not straightforward. The level of unemployment reached 5.7%, and that is almost one notch higher than in December 2019, when it was at 4.6%. The Consumer Confidence Index, regrettably, fell dramatically to the 15-year low in the second quarter of this year, which is minus 6 points compared to Q4 2019. The only thing that I can add here that all over the world it went even further down. Russia is no exception. The 14% decline average throughout the world and 12% in Europe. And the Russian credit debt during the past year grew, unfortunately, upwards 13%. In Q2 2020, Russia witnessed, I should say, the strongest of the past 3 years decline in the share of promo sales of goods and services. In value, it contracted almost by 1 point down to 50% compared to Q2 2019. We, were happy to see these dynamics, but not for a long period of time, because by Q3, the promo sales share went back to its pre-COVID levels, and Russia, unfortunately, still remains the leader in terms of the promo sales shares in the FMCG market structure amongst European countries. What are the new habits that the consumers attained? Having been locked down, people started showing more interest towards online education and self-development courses, which brought about many online schools and a very strong competition in this segment. And quite recently, we noted the average check also falling down. Many started taking physical exercises online, and that still remains quite an active habit amongst many. You can imagine that the free online exercise coaching gathered more than 1 million people, and I suppose not everyone went for sports. We also noted the trend that many people went into cooking, and 17% of the Russian population noted that they have gained extra weight during isolation. It cannot be but noted how strongly this year the importance and value of a cozy home grew up, because people, since the time the pandemic broke out, went to actively, buy things, do it yourselves in order to create greater comfort in their home and adjust them to new reality, while 10% of the Russians now are having new pets. And that's an interesting trend, because that will create an enormous potential for the pet care and pet food and pet products category because we started already seeing it in terms of their advertising investments. Now, e-com growth also became a distinguishing characteristic of this year. 44% of the population in this country for the first time started using food delivery services this year. So if you look at the Chinese experience, then most probably this trend will sustain. Since the beginning of March this year, by 33%, the frequency of visits to major e-com retailers grew, such as Walmart and Ozone. I mean, the assessment of the volume in between different e-com companies are different, but they do demonstrate double-digit growth in between 33 to 40%, based on the inside data. In Russia, it's 3.2 billion rubles, according to the Association of Internet Companies, 3 billion rubles, including the cross-border trading. Now, what happens to media consumption this year? The total media consumption continues to remain quite high, although in some age groups we've registered a bit of a decline. The time spent in media, practically in between 7 hours amongst the young generation, is up to 10.5 in the age group 55 plus. The time dedicated to TV and digital in the plus 35 group expanded during quarantine, and a bit of the negative dynamics remained or stayed the same in 12 to 34 age group. The interest towards video continued to climb this year, and this is no surprise. I suppose everybody remembers the TV viewing peak in the past spring when we all stayed home. However, right now, in the autumn, the TV viewing again higher than it was last year. Online cinemas went through a spike in the beginning of pandemic, but after a free period which was offered, it suffered decline. But now in the autumn, we again see it recovering its growth. It's an interesting trend that during the lockdown, TV acquired new audience. The people who never watched TV or watched it very little discovered something interesting for them, and they realized what TV was all about, and they stayed with TV after the isolation, and most probably will continue watching it next year as well. Now, about the market environment. This year, the forecast of the advertising market have been reviewed several times. We were no exception, and basically speaking, in September, we reassessed our forecast towards a more optimistic side, having improved it from minus 11% to minus 6%. Let me remind you that based on the 3 quarters, the market decline was 8% downward. Now let's take a look how precise we are going to be this year, because usually we take pride with the most precise forecast that we do in the Russian market. Great many thanks to our analysts and market experts. So there's little time left in order to make sure that we indeed were good. Now, speaking about the media, digital and TV suffered the least from the pandemic this year. And in this way, the digital and TV share grew. Again, I shall remind you that almost 2/3 of the digital market volume is in the performance advertising. Now, speaking about categories, based on the results of the first 3 quarters, 2020, retail and pharma in this country remain the biggest in terms of the amount of investments into categories with very stable dynamics compared to 2019. Amongst the fastest growing categories, we noted pet care spiking up as the result of a strong attention to the home pets, as well as their numbers growing. The mass media category grew thanks to the advertising investments by Yandex and Mail. And we also see the food category growing. In the categories suffering most, we see automobiles and the mass entertainment, particularly the movie releases that had to be cancelled. Let me add a bit of a positive thing. Of course, the pandemic negatively affected the Russian advertising market, but if you compare it to other countries, we can see unequivocally that Russia suffered less than others did. And one should also remind us that Russia continues to remain quite a competitive market in terms of the cost of 1,000 contacts in the media. Don't forget about it. Many are saying that far-sighting right now is something ungrateful, but let me not stay away from tradition and try and take a look into the next year. So what 2021 has in store for us, bearing in mind the current outlook in GDP growth that will grow by 3.3% next year. We expect that the advertising market will have capacity to grow by 5% and will practically close in on the level of 2019. In between the media trends, we will see growth in TV, digital, and the outdoors. In terms of categories, we expect that the main growth drivers will be pet food. We'll also see online services and financial category. Now, the extent to which our forecast is going to be precise, time will show, and the way the economy would evolve will show. But we will continue to regularly inform you about all the changes and the new trends. And I guess at this note, I would like to complete now my traditional review and foresight and outlook and offer to you the engineering growth for 2021. That's the way we decided to title our conference this year, and believe me, that was no accidental choice, because in the current environment, when the economic performance demonstrates negative values, the purchasing power of the household regrettably falls. The most important thing and the most complicated thing is to find the opportunity for a business to grow. And together with our experts, which is the Mindshare, Mediacom, and Wavemaker, as well as the keynote speakers from different business areas, we will talk about how brands could find more opportunities to grow in these difficult economic conditions. We will demonstrate to you 4 very busy sections, each of which will be dedicated to one of the business growth instruments. The first one is where we would look at the core of the business, something that generates core values and profits, how one should make sure that it has enough investments and focus upon making them more effective. And here we will see new approaches to trading to optimize traditional approaches. Media is a good example. So having strengthened this foundation, you can further continue building, and that is going to be the second part of the conference, technologies as the drivers of growth. We're not going to be telling you about spacecraft. We will share with you very specific, well-proven technical solutions which generate effect right here and now. And we would also announce about our new partnership in the area of technology. The third session will be speed and agility. These are the catalysts of growth. We will talk about agile planning, about hybrid data exchange, and of course the ecosystems, which I think is the biggest buzzword this autumn. Yandex, Sber, and Mail, for the first time, will appear in a very acute debate at the panel with Elizaveta Osetinska, the fourth mega important session, without which the first 3 won't take place. People, the main capital in this industry. It has been known for quite some time that in the diversity and inclusion environment, the best ideas emerge, the proper decisions are being made, and the most unexpected sources of growth are identified. So inclusive planning and an ability to work with not our habitual audiences we will hear about in this session. We will also get introduced to Dmitry Kile, who is the new CEO of the MEA region, one of the most brightest and extraordinary people in the group, who will tell us about the WPP strategy in diversity and inclusion and will share the examples of implementing this strategy in different markets. So let me now open this year, next year, conference, Engineering Growth in 2021. And I announce now the start of the questionnaire at the Slido site. You see the QR code. So what do you believe? What is going to be the dynamics of the Russian advertising market in 2021? Also, I'm happy to say that today in the course of the conference, you will be able to put forward any questions to the speakers. Those who come up with the best question will receive a bit of a gift, which is going to be a shirt this year, next year. So at this great note, I am passing the floor over to my colleagues in my chair, Mediacom and Wavemaker, and to our keynote speakers, who within the next 3 hours will share with us the proven schemes of the growth engineering approaches in 2021. Giving you my virtual hugs. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Alexey Kulakov. I'm the Mindshare CEO, and I'm very happy to welcome you at our this year, next year, 2020. And our first part is effectiveness, because the foundation of it, in terms of business people, is effectiveness. And so we'd like to talk about what kind of changes you believe are in the strongest way may affect your businesses in the immediate future. Starting from this point and until the end of the session, you can go to Slido into the questionnaire part and select the kind of trends which you believe in the best way will answer this question. In the basis of this question are the recent Euromonitor surveys, and your answers from the professional Russian marketing community will help us identify the trends which are characteristics of our market. In Slido, we'll also be able to put questions to the speakers and receive expedient answers from them. Now, in the time of remote work, we believe that this kind of networking is going to be useful and interesting. So while you're voting, let's go back to effectiveness. Today, we're starting this session with the effectiveness agenda and what's in its foundation, what one should focus, what kind of infrastructure is in the foundation of the business growth. We're currently passing through yet another crisis like no other, as they say. Particularly in the crisis, one can see what kind of areas are more effective, and each crisis puts a limelight upon the long-term media development. In 2009, it was digitalization through and through. In 2015, performance. And right now, it's commerce through and through. Media, essentially, now equals retail. Now, the drama of every crisis is that it changes the rationale of our reality perception. 2009 forced us to think about all of the media through the funnel and achieving the target context simply because the digital taught us to manage not only an abstract audience, but specific target audience segments. 2014 prompted us to roll out the performance media rationale to all of the marketing instruments. Econometrics became the ultimate hygiene and the attribute of all marketing. The red price labels are everywhere, and the shelves optimization of cost became the measure of effectiveness of marketing work. In 2020, media becomes more and more e-commerce and more retail. The e-com that almost everybody has referred to is not just a channel. This is not just an instrument. It's a bit of a throughput rationale and an approach which, similar like the performance rationale in the past, within the next few years, shall define the whole of the decision-making logic. There used to be sometime the performance logic, which is simply to demonstrate a product at the point in time when it is valid. Now the e-commerce logic is to provide a relevant person, not only with the communication, but with the product and a service, exactly the point in time when this product is valid to this person and at a respective price. So the core KPI right now is value per capita. This is the logic of business organization around a human being, which is the principle of personalization and customization of the usual to us in the media, now also permit the processes in the business as well. We've passed through all of that, but yet again, this is another step to acquiring a human being. In the end of the day, this is the adaptation of the human culture codes into the business processes. You know that Pellegor mentioned that a human being is the measure of all things, and we add to it that the business as well. So in the foundation of an effective business, there has to be a human kind of approach in all processes. And the target of business is to be empathic as much as possible, targeting a human being, and so precise in terms of the knowledge of human being and an ability to deliver a message or a service. For example, Yandex, Mail, and Sber, Dodo, Pizza, and Vkusvil, these are the kind of businesses which indeed have put a human being into the center. These are the leading ecosystems and companies which revolutionize their industries. And how did they do that? They give a person the kind of a product and a service at exactly the point in time when it is being needed. So how can one amass this business structure around a human being to all of the brands, the kind of infrastructure which will provide growth? These are the three components of this infrastructure, and each with their own KPIs within. The effectiveness, which delivers the final performance, which is value per capita. This could be a productivity score or a speed to deploy, integrability, within the systems and technologies. This is lifetime value, accuracy, or the fullness of data. These are the kind of things as net promoter score, engagement, recall, and loyalty in the culture and the attitude to people. But I'm not going to insist upon these KPIs because I believe that every business should have their own set of KPIs. For example, if you right now double check the extent to which these three components can work well for these successful cases that I mentioned, that you will be able to see that these leaders, in terms of all of these three components, including culture and systems and data, these are the things that are very strongly pumped up. And so these are the things that we will hear presentations about in following sessions. In systems, we'll tell you about the trading technologies which go for a better understanding of a human being. We'll hear about it from Mikhail Yelisekin, the modern trading in the new way. Then Dmitry Antokhin in data analytics as an undervalued source of growth in the modern media will tell us about the new system of TV planning which we have pivoted towards a human being. In the data part, and this is about a very deep and precise knowledge of a human being, Sergei Zakharov will tell us about the data as a currency and the driver of a new marketing partnership, i.e. how to better work with data. In the culture section, again, Xavier will tell us how to make business a healthier one in terms of human being and its motivation. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Alexei. Today we will talk about trading, about modern trading and its face, the one that drives the business of our clients. Historically, trading had a masculine face, very muscular, very strong, because the task for the trading was to push through, to get a discount, to get bonuses, and sometimes, yes, indeed, a certain tough budget commitment had to be made for that. And that was the idea of the trading approach that ruled the previous decade. The things change right now, and this kind of approach works no longer. In the era of digital and pragmatic, it doesn't make sense to bargain with a bot. If you are bargaining with people, that involves a totally different approach, which is based not upon domination, but rather upon soft skills, principles, habits, and competences. And in the modern trading, it is important to be able to hear your opponent, to understand his or her needs, and then, in the course of a discussion or a dialogue, a cool, great trading product comes out that makes it win-win for everyone, because that drives everyone's business, where clients wins in the long term. And what is the value of the trading product for a customer? This is the ability to gain much more for the same amount of money. Or, if the task is to reduce in a certain way the budget, that is also feasible. It is important at the same time not to act thoughtlessly, but to think strategically and to go for the kind of opportunities the market gives you, and use trading products that are built not only upon pricing, but also give you a better quality. So our trading products are capable of bringing in better results in brand matrices to drive your performance, and against the budget staying the same, 15% of the reallocated funds in favor of better and stronger working promotion channels will be able to give you a tangible economic outcome. So what is a modern trading? What are the principles that I believe it should rely upon? Yes, these principles are familiar to many. Some of you saw it in the textbooks, and I had no intention to discover America for you. These are the soft skills principles. If you use them in real life, the kind of effect that you can get as a result of negotiations is going to be beautiful. Agility, adaptation to the changing environment. No matter what we plan, rest assured everything will happen in a different way. The ability to analyze your own mistakes in the first place and to learn useful practical experience, to understand your counterparty, how he or she thinks, what's his or her motivation, to feel the atmosphere in the room where negotiations are going. That is all devilishly simple, but as paradoxical as it may sound, that allows you to get a better result. And in our uncertain crisis period of time, when we so acutely feel how intricately interrelated we are, how densely we sit in the same boat, trying to weather the storm, it is important to feel each other's hand, to lean against each other and understand that your business will grow only if you are helping your partner's business to grow. And now a few examples which will confirm the above mentioned. There is a great thing such as outdoor advertising, which for many years has been quite stable and quite stable with its own problems as well. Archaic media measurements. This is the parochial notion in terms of the outdoors advertising. The static constructions that the advertisers have grown used to meant great overinvestment into long tail without getting additional coverage. During the past couple of years, we've seen several quite bright but unsuccessful attempts to fit outdoor advertising into communication chain and from offline go into online and backwards from online into offline. But in the meantime, this is the dead-end way. And so we get the digital outdoors, the medium which was called upon to get rid of the old melodies. Yes, it's looking great because it has a dynamic picture. It has the possibility to revolve advertising video clips, something that the digital industry came very quickly to, having given up on the static looks, and the customers realized that that really quite common sense and generates better value. In the digital outdoor, we now see greater opportunities for proper measurements. Seemingly, here's the happiness for you, but no. We have been living with the digital outdoor not for the first year, and in the meantime, this industry is still trying to define itself. This is the path that we went through, not very quickly either, but today I am quite confidently may say that this path is something that we went through not for nothing, because we ended up having a product, the kind that we believe does cure these maladies, the one that seems to us to be able to produce this new value and a new reality that the outdoor advertising hasn't had yet, the one that currently has in the minimum value product stage, and we're piloting our new test with our customers, and in 2021, in full swing, it will be available to all of the group's clients. In 2021, we are launching our trading product, which is M Gaming, which I believe will meet the expectations of our customers in terms of creating the tangible and manageable value. Already, almost for 12 months in the digital audio territory, some of our customers have been jubilating in terms of the Axis audio use. Seemingly, there is nothing complicated, but when you add something new and extremely useful as the telecom operated data, you end up having a principally new product with the really cool opportunities when you can work with extremely interesting target groups and have an inbuilt anti-fraud filter. That's really great. But we're focused not upon only upon our attempts. We're cognizant of what is happening in the market. We're trying to be in line with all of the progressive and proper things that we see around. Respectively, we're trying to support all of the industrial ways of development. And for example, since the summer of this year, we were one of the first ones who started, together with FNRR, to test placing into TV the GFK media scope, targeting at the customers. But this effect would have been a full one if we wouldn't try and put something of our own. And our own instrument, which is M-Screens, enabled us to do that. M-Screens work perfectly with the consumer segments, not only the ones which are traditional for planning, but practically with any, and has the capacity to produce a certain magic, like, for example, forecasting and achieving the kind of coverage that you need as part of your advertising campaign. In conclusion, I would like to say that without doubt the world is changing around us. the tasks that the clients give us transform, and consequently, trading has to change. So right now, trading is not only about how to push away, how to shower with bonuses, how to end up having a cool annual deal. Trading, it's about different things nowadays. It's about an effective value exchange between the partners, which drives the business of each of them. Thank you very much for your attention. Please stay with us. It's not going to be less interesting. Misha, thank you very much for your presentation. And let me introduce now our next speaker, Dmitry Antohin, Business Planning Director at Mindshare. Dmitry will tell us about the kind of new audience opportunities are opening up in themselves in TV when using data analytics. But before Dmitry comes onto the fourth stage, I'd like to remind you about the question that is currently being raised in Slido. What kind of changes in the people's behavior do you believe will more strongly affect our businesses? There in the Slido, we will be able to ask the speakers the same kind of questions, and they will be happy to respond. Hello everyone, my name is Dmitry Antohin. I'm from Mindshare. I'm in charge of strategic planning and analytics, and today I'm going to be telling you about the way we use data in order to work with the TV audience and what kind of effectiveness growth we get. It's no secret to anyone that TV is the key media in the industry. More than 1/3 of the budgets are dedicated to it. This is the key channel for growing coverage, and any econometrics will show that TV is the key channel which generates sales. However, there are a number of claims against TV that the market and the experts have. Many are saying that TV is lagging behind from the point of view of technology, and the market has an answer to that because NRA recently announced its 3 new products, QR TV, audio watermarks, as well as selling the TV tooling within the real user segments. And that is really a great initiative. We're very supportive of it, but nevertheless we do note a certain number of additional gaps which need to be covered. On the one hand, we believe that one can shape up the segments before the transactions. We believe that one should do further work over the transparency of the process, and we certainly look for potential of developing new products based on data. But before we talk about data, let's peek under the hood of telemeasurements. We have grown used to work with the TV apps, and we're beginning to forget what kind of data we have in TV. Let me remind you, TV panel is made up of more than 19,000 respondents, and these 19,000 respondents, they click about 200 million times on the buttons of the people meters, and through that we get an exhaustive information about TV viewing, which actually creates the data set made up of more than 2 billion points a year. Quite obviously, TV data has an advantage. First of all, this is a single source. I mean, all the data in TV are being gathered at one source. Here, if we run a parallel with digital, each one who works with digital knows that there is an enormous number of connectors, enormous amount of data, but in order to mash them all together, a lot of effort is required. In TV data, there's no problem with that because this is a single source which is acknowledged by the whole market and which is the market currency. Now, how do we work with data? The first thing we do, we clusterize TV viewing on the basis of the very same 2.5 billion points. And here, we end up having the actual TV viewing data on the basis of which we later on create the audience. So the audience to us is the measure of all things, respectively. Here we apply the semi-automatic fusion algorithm in order to avoid the artificialness in these audiences so that you could identify them by face. At the first stage, when they are recreated, these audiences, we move them into the programmatic purchasing at the level of ID list. And so, thanks to this process, we end up having a natural audience which is correlating to the actual TV viewing, and in a seamless way we connect media insight with the media buying. On the basis of this technology, we have created 3 tech products. The first one is Precision TV. It is when we do targeting on custom audiences with distinctive TV viewership, for example, the travelers. The second product, Always On TV. This is the system of retargeting 4 different frequency segments in order to control. And the third product is behavioral TV. This is when we are targeting specific viewing patterns. For example, when it's a mom with a child watch TV or a woman with a man. And so all 3 of these products are in full combat application in terms of the Precision TV guidance. This particular value constitutes about 3.5 million rubles per flight, always on TV. Because of their retargeting along the target frequency, we achieve a better coverage at the target frequency, and this value is already more about 5 to 7 million rubles. And through the fact that in a very correct way we are in a position to target the target TV viewing patterns, the conversion growth in sales reaches 10 to 15%. Recently, we did evaluation of one of our key customers, and in our annual calculation, the application of these tools create the added value of about 1 million US. I don't know what is it in your case, but to me, 1 million US is a decent amount of money. And so, summarizing my presentation, AmScreen is the group total solution, and almost all of the agencies work with it in terms of the analytics. We've got the community where we exchange our developments, and with great pleasure, we will connect ourselves to all of the solutions at the group level. So please, talk to your agencies, and let's, take off together. Thank you. Dima, thank you very much. It really turned out to be an excellent speech. And I would now pass the floor over to the next speaker. As of today, working with data hasn't yet become the mainstream activity, because every day almost new opportunities appear. So what do we not have enough in terms of the practical data work for it to become an effective tool? There's a lot of argument and how to become a full-bodied business growth driver. That's what we're going to hear about from our next speaker, Sergey Zakharov, Mindshare Data Director. Seryoja, welcome to the stage. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Sergey Zakharov, and I am leader of the Mindshare Data. Today we're going to be talking about the partnership data, because that's what enables us to achieve incremental results in business growth. It's no secret that the most valuable data is the data of our buyers, and we've got the OFD and retailers out there, but as soon as we receive another brief, we understand how strongly we are restricted. And whenever we are not able to take the ready-made decision for the market, we create a data partnership, and this are the new journeys and routes and models which enabled us to create incremental results and achieve the kind of growth that Alexei referred to in the beginning of this session. So to start with, let's ask ourselves the questions. Can we simultaneously get very precise and very wide coverage segments so as to get the very high sales uplifts in terms of the whole shopper base in Russia? Essentially, no, because if you move the slider to the left or right, that means giving up on one in favor of acquiring something else. So where are we now? The bigger part of brands, when working with data, choose precision. But our dilemma remains, and we decided to really immerse ourselves into it. Already told you about the lack of data, so how I can explain it? Working with the customer by data, we work with such identifiers as mobile devices and email addresses. I mean, the ones where you require consent, and that reduces the amount of audience. Plus, not all of the data suppliers are ready to delegate these audiences to us because this is still a very sensitive topic. But having gotten this audience, we cannot guarantee that we'll end up having very high results in sales uplift or security, because usually that boils down to a cascade of campaigns where we test in the most successful ones, give up on the losers. This is a cyclical process. Secondly, that is a limitation in inventory, because the currency of media purchasing, not every mobile device and email address can be shown advertising eventually. Additionally, the kind of limitations that one finds in terms of the expanded analytic, because the kind of suppliers that do it, they still remain VK, Mail, and a number of others. And in the end of the day, what it can lead us to? A small audience within a restricted number of tools, and that leads that the effect also can be downplayed. But on the contrary, we would like to cover as big as possible in terms of our buyers, which means that we are supposed to know about our buyers practically everything, from when they go to the dealership center all the way to buying a chocolate bar. And that leads us to the kind of solutions that became quite possible only in these days. The brands can exchange data in between themselves. Brands and retailers can cooperate in order to jointly drive sales. And also in the market, there appear the data aggregators in order for the segments to become bigger. And so the first solution is the data exchange between the brands. That is something that we came to through a very simple thinking. Practically, all of the indicators that the brands are trying to achieve are identical. And if one brand has its own base and has a very high acuity, for example, in terms of the moms and childs under 1 year old, the application of this particular data in other brands' case will demonstrate practically the same result. Remembering the guaranteed nature of the results using this other data. So investigating this topic, we encountered two aspects. The first technical and the second financial. On the technical side of it, everything has been worked through a long time ago. Particularly in the West, there is a number of brokers or VMPs which enable this data exchange. In our local realities, we have very specific suppliers as well as advertising platforms, DNPs, who you could also develop this method forking. And the financial aspect, I believe the most complicated one, should allow brands to earn money. Not all are ready for this competence, but if you just think of it, what is the motivation behind monetizing your own data and to try and repay part of your DNP, CRM, and other technical stack cost? The second decision is a data exchange between a brand and a retailer for the purpose of joint sales. Now, let's again think about what kind of relation between the brand and retailer we are used to. The brand, works on the retailer. Retailer conducts a local activity, but if a retailer has data about his or her own buyers, if they have the information about the traffic through his own website, and the retailer has the possibility to share data from his website through the form of the data feeds or some other audiences and share the analytics about conversion, that, I suppose, will be the best possible example enabling us to achieve impressive results. Already, the user case that partially have been described on the right side of the slide, but on the left side is the example of how that can be done. In the course of 12 months, a brand can release a lot of traffic to the retailer's site from its own email, mailings announcing promo retail campaigns in its own networks, also pushing the traffic from its website to the retailer's website. So the conversion statistics that you can see on the slide are not giving up in terms of the inbuilt promotion instruments, in terms of the promotion through the search or in the list of the recommended goods, and that is a truly successful case. And the third solution, the most expected one in the market, I suppose, in order to receive buyer data, it's not enough to have OFD data only. There's 20, 30 of them, so you need to have some sort of an aggregation. Not enough to have just OFD data. You need to have the data from the banks and the telecoms in order to get these mobile devices and the email addresses, which, in the end of the day, are being uploaded into the advertising platforms. So thanks to the initiatives and the partnership between Quants and OFD and other market players, there appears a certain consolidation. We try to assess how prospective it is. So at this point in time, we have the possibility to work with a number of suppliers. And through the example of the Spasmalytics, I mean, like the farmers, we estimated the size of the audience that you can get with the help of the new supplier. So being in a possession of the data about the pharmacy chains, you can get the audience size from 500,000 to 1 million. Just working with a single bank and several OFDs, you can get the size equivalent to 2 to 3 millions. In case of the consolidated offering, you can end up having quite a sizable volume, which is comparable to the whole of the shopper base in the Russia for Spasmalytics. And that is a really great case that one should and must work with. So the kind of a solution that you can see on these slides, they're not new, but they have become possible and quite valid only at this point in time. Thanks to the partnership, we can exchange data between the brands. We can achieve joint sales between the brand and retailer, and similarly, we can get access to the several OFDs data, several banks data, and several telecoms operators through the marketing consolidation. Seryoja, thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, it is indeed very well said. Data is our everything. Dear colleagues, I would like to yet again remind you about the polling and the questionnaire in Slido. What kind of changes in the people's behavior will most strongly affect our businesses in the future? The results look very interestingly. Please go to Slido and see the extent to which this result reflects your vision and vote. Very soon we will do the results of the voting. That will be very inspiring. And right now we're going to be talking about what kind of future our business is going into and what kind of future it leads people into. That is a very important question that any company these days should have a very clear answer to, because not only from the outside you should start developing business using communication, but from the inside of the business, because people are the strongest advocates as well as the strongest sources of any business. So grow or die, and we'll hear about it from the career consultant in the area of the management consulting, Ksenia Avdeeva. Ksenia, welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Ksenia Avdeeva, and today I would like to talk to you about it is being important in this new reality to take into account in our HR strategy to account for new principles of things in order to recruit strong leaders and executives. I am working in the area of executive training and education, and our company works both with businesses as well as with individuals, as well as with the companies which offer educational services. And so we have the possibility to come up with certain analytics with respect to the labor market about what is going on, what has been going on, and do some foresighting. And today I would like to talk about the things which to us are going to be one of the key things within the next 5-year period, as well as the ones which I believe are very important to see, and on that basis think about what kind of activities we should build into our future. So today we've got 5 trends that I would like to discuss, the ones that I believe not appeared just yesterday. They came to be a long time ago, but nowadays, because of the crisis and because of what is happening in the world, and these are dramatic events as well as the kind of events which enable us to do a new disruptive creation, so to say. But in any case, these are the things which become one of the key ones to us, and I look at them in a very special way. So what kind of events or changes are necessary in order to identify your interaction strategy or interacting with HR? This is the attractive image of the future. The country doesn't have it because the crisis is something that is not only happening in Russia, but in many other countries. You don't have to go far because today we can observe what is happening in the US election cycle. Now, what kind of country we're going to be in 10 years? What are our strengths? And these are, and the next questions is what the majority of the people in all generations have. It doesn't depend upon whether you are a young person who have just started his new work, or the one who has been living in Russia for a long time. So what's the problem? The government doesn't give us an answer. The system of education doesn't either. And these are the kind of systems that we are waiting to get an answer from, and that becomes a key thing to us. And basically, a human being as a certain essential creature that has to have such notions and ideas, since they're being continuously debated. So the responsibility for that moves towards the businesses. And this is the area of responsibility that I also see myself as a business representative, and that's why I do think that's what we need to do. And so apart from it, we do think about what kind of work or employment is going to be a happy past into a happy future or into any other happy realm. Not every work can be done remotely, so the crisis of a revision of its validity and its contemporaneity is also the kind of a trend that keeps abreast with the story about the attractive image of the future, because the attractive image of the future is something that we're trying to formulate and ask ourselves the questions. So where are we inside that very same future, and what kind of place we want to take, and what kind of efforts we are ready to put out in order to be inside that future? Because a separate individual very often asks himself the question, my work, is it the future or the past? And basically is looking for some sort of a personal answer. And that is why the kind of activities that the companies need to undertake, firstly, is to formulate and translate the image of an attractive future. Every business currently works with this, even if it has never thought about it. So if you take a look at it, so practically at every interview with a prospective candidate, you discuss this one or another attractive image of the future. Who am I after, and what am I after that employment? And that is an important story in terms of where you're taking people. What kind of future are companies going to, and to which future companies taking people is the most important question that a company has to have a very precise answer to, and translate it within and without, confirming it with certain activity and action. Without shaping this global image of an attractive future, it is very difficult to maintain contacts with your potential recruits who are ready to pursue their strategy and tactics and engineer it for more than just 1 year. And these are the kind of people who will turn out to be very strong candidates and experts who can work for the future. And the second important activity in the area of translating it, because people want to understand an answer to the question when they interact with you, what am I after taking this particular employment? So this kind of an answer that one can also translate through the description of a vacancy, through any means of communication. That is an important question that people are trying to find answers to, and they will go to the companies where this answer will be shared with them in a very precise manner, and where future employers demonstrate this attractive image of the future. Second important trend is new ethics. This is something that we have been confronting very strongly, unexpectedly, and there are so many questions that we were not ready to answer, and this you can basically follow along the different agendas from different conferences covering issues of HR, PR, communications, and management. New notions that we're going to work with: inclusivity, non-harassment, self-fulfillment, age discrimination, and other attributes. All of these issues are becoming very, very acute, and to develop your own agenda with respect to it, so as to additionally formulate your values with respect to these notions, so as to engage your employees into co-creative definition of these. Because inside such presidential stories, by only having our own opinion and our own look at the world around us, to create some sort of a picture, to create the set of these new values. And I believe that it is necessary to actively involve your employees into this, and by action demonstrate that the company is trying to interact with these notions, is trying to interact with these ideas, and can support this by specific action. The third thing that I believe almost all of you acknowledged throughout this year was the extent to which everybody became so morally and physically tired. This is the third trend. My essential ideas and the availability of resources for me to work with it. And this revision of these things have been accompanying this whole year, definitely, if not the first and the second one. And many customers come to me in great numbers trying to discuss, these issues of work, always basically slip into asking themselves, why should I work so hard? I did everything in order to save my companies, in order to help it keep up the jobs. And so many unanswered questions emerged that every individual is trying to sort out his or her attitude, how much time they want to dedicate to work, to the family, how to maintain a household in terms of the remote employment and having the family right there next to him. This is a great number of questions which may seem to us are not strongly related to our work, but as strange as it may sound, from the workplace right now, there is a lot of very special requirements, and many companies want to be helped with formulating the new set of answers, some sort of a new discipline, some new set of resources. And so the action that is going to definitely follow us in the next 5 years is when the companies are going to develop measures about how to work with a human being in the resource or outside of resource capacity, how to organize properly the remote work from within the same city or from a different region, a certain number of days in the office, a certain number of days from home, maintain positive communications to perform certain activities in order to build the teams. That was going to be revised to understand that your company, your business is well-resourced for the new challenges, and there will be quite a few of them, as we definitely can see. And so the second action that I can see within this particular trend, it's a very important one, is to have the regions connected, to connect them to the labor market. And this trend is definitely short-lived for just 2-3 years, because it really gets geared up during some time. And active cities which have been involved in interacting with the big companies within which they had already certain teams deployed have better opportunities to work for the Moscow-based and big international companies in order to truly be included into these reality and be able to definitely feel that they have a new future. Digitalization is a new trend, and it seems that it is no longer a surprise because the digital storm engulfs everyone. And when I'm being asked what kind of industries, what kind of areas of employment are more vital these days, or simply I'm saying just, add preposition tag to any industry, and you will end up a totally new story that may appear, because effectively the biggest part of the industries or areas shall remain in this or that form, but it will simply reinvent itself by sprouting up through some sort of a new tech stack. And so when you actualize your knowledge and news, you should always think about the new added value through technology and be mindful of how technologically developed you are, because we currently can feel this colossal lack of productivity in the past in terms of the matrix structures, communications, which in some cases currently don't allow us to reach what we want. And the current crisis has exposed many of them. So here we have a big scope of what to work for, but I would like to draw attention to 3 kinds of activities, specifically in the area of HR, that we need to account for. Activity number 1, it is important for us to understand that teaching innovation is the must-have these days within certain positions. From a certain level, your executives on a regular basis ought to be trained and develop their understanding of innovations, their understanding of new things taking place not only within one company or within the industry or globally. This is not just a one-off traveling somewhere just for an exchange of best practices. That should be an inextricable part of a portrait of a candidate, because without being able to analyze what happens within our local box to develop certain innovations won't be possible, the ones that need to lead us to new money. Activity number 2 is to basically develop a structure within a company in such a way so that the innovation piece should exist somewhere,
definitely, and should be generated somewhere so that we could understand where is the next new money and the new performance, because without it, the company is not living. And the third activity, the last but not the least, love for the modern things. I believe this is one of the key points in order for us to be able to pass through all these issues in automation, digitalization, and introducing the new reality in this country. That is about not allowing fear on our part, but being able to embrace all of the new stories. Because if you take a look at many different companies and see how many people are interested in the modern things, that is not going to be a big percentage, because people would tend to try and avoid the new things and simply just fix the things that have proven their success. But the problem is that we are being immersed into a new reality, and we would have only ourselves to confront new challenges, and so it may become not easy. But you can train yourself, you can really prop yourself up by bringing your employees into possessing new information. You will have new clusters established where you discuss innovations, where people tell others about something new. So this curiosity effectively should become the next habit, the next skill. And this kind of a curiosity, it is important to work with by the companies to raise it, to find instruments and tools through which the people are going to be engaged into it. And the fifth trend, very important, automation. Automation, I set out as a separate thing because it is also important to us, because it seems to us that once automation comes, it will brush away from the underneath whatever we described as routine junior work and position. But automation very strongly reduce the middle positions, the positions with the level of authority, because the quantity of people who have real authority inside businesses is reducing. So the decision-making system is being centralized, and that happens because of automation. Whereas in the past, the big mass of information was concentrated in specific hands, and on the basis of it, people could do certain conclusions. And that was the whole story about decision-making and about internal co-creation at the management level. So there is there's least of it remaining right now. Matrix structures are really outliving themselves, and we see now a move to the next level of management, to the next level of an ability to restructure oneself inside big or small businesses. And because of that, a great number of changes and conflicts occur. It is difficult for people to get to an agreement because matrix structures are about internal agreement, but very often it doesn't happen. Then we always have this problem of what's first, the chicken or an egg. In Russia, people are not so skillful in communication because we haven't been taught about it. And so what happens is that we come to work without any communicative background, and we don't have no understanding of what is a classic kind of a communication. And so activity number one is one of the most important, is communication, and again communication, to teach people to communicate. It is important for businesses to pay attention to it, particularly to very thoroughly prepare and understand your people, make your people understand, to have the instruments which enable them to come to terms, to come to new ideas, to come to mutual agreements. This is really important because based on my own background, I can tell you that even in big innovation companies, whenever I come to hold strategic sessions or certain coaching, I can see the extent to which people find it difficult to come to an agreement, how difficult it is for them to search for a new decision. And it has become important to stand by their point of view and prove that one is right, but that is not the communication of the future. And the second activity that I see inside automation is to teach people to do business, simply because all the processes are being destroyed, all the systems are being updated, and at the outcome we will see something totally new. I'm sure that in 2022 we will be seeing an emergence of totally new realities and systems and essential things. So it is absolutely necessary to teach people to run business, because we've got a great number of intuitive executives who for 5 years managed their business, and then the ceiling of competency is reached. It would be an illusion to think that one should be born an executive. No. On the one hand, yes, you have to be born up with something, but you need to continue to learn and master. And this is something that is catastrophically not enough. We have a very little percentage of this, of people in this country who go through the MBA in different programs. We still have this trade unionization kind of an aftermath that we need to make everybody equal. We don't understand the purposes of the business. We don't understand what it is all for, why we should work for the business outcome, because if the business feels great, we will feel great. No, these are the things that we should teach our employees so that on their own, against the greater interest toward the business, they could come up with the better solutions, the new solutions which will enable you to remain successful. So that's it with me. Thank you very much, everyone. Dear colleagues, we're coming to the end of our session about effectiveness, and I would like to say a great many thanks to all of our speakers, to Misha, to Ksenia, to Sergey, and Dmitry. And now let's take a look at our polling results. What do we have?
Это про то, как наши дома, как наши офисы превращаются совершенно в другие места и начинают совмещать в себе не монофункцию, а мультифункцию. Про то, как офис превращается в коворкинг и
Coworking loses its original value, how home becomes the center of human experience, work, and any other activity. In the second place, we have relevance and speed. That is about how to become a brand, how to become a consumer, and technology, how to attain the great speed so as to keep up with this very speedy world. And in the third place is personalization or customization, that the consumers expect that the brands would adapt themselves to the consumer needs. All these three statements do confirm our original premise about a human-centric approach to doing business, that a human being is in the center. All these three themes, one way or another, we're going to further discuss in our conference. We are grateful for the support to the partners of our conference: Rus Outdoor, Group of Companies RBK, Rembler Group, Digital Operator Number 1 Gallery, Inhall, Moose TV Channel, Video Sales House KPMG, Go Mobile, Quant, iTarget, Players Agency, and Index. Please be reminded that to ask a question of the speakers and to participate in the polling, you can participate at theslido.com, hashtag TYNY2020. The materials are going to be published in the course of the day on the Adindex website.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Меня зовут Валерия.
My name is Valeria Chinarina. I'm the managing director of GroupM Interaction, and it is my honor now to announce the next session under the title of Technology Growth Driver. And we will share interesting cases and how the tech solutions and communications could be implemented, as well as the effect that we could measure and observe. But before we go to the content, and I traditionally should announce the questionnaire about the technology session in Slido. Please share your view. What kind of technology you believe to have been the most successful in 2020? You will have various options, and also the speakers in this session will be happy to receive your questions. Technologies have so firmly joined our life that the whole process of working with a product or a certain good are accompanied by technological solutions. The companies implement technologies at totally different stages of the product development, product promotion, product manufacturing, distribution, after-sales support. And also they are looking for technologies in order to optimize their internal business processes. All of this enables One, to enjoy better quality interaction with your consumers, your audience. And so the examples of such decisions could be augmented reality in the showrooms or producers or retailers, or the electronic price label or the electronic SKU analyzer on the shelves, electronic boards in all call centers. And actually, one of these decisions helped one big telecom operator to reduce its operational cost by 26%. But all of these examples are just the tip of an iceberg. In order for such decisions to be not accidental, but a continuous practicality, the organizations are currently facing a big challenge of technological transformation. And so the vision of a necessary toolkit for such a transformation, the aim of which is to identify the future-proof state of future-proof decisions for organizations, is what we're going to be hearing about from a special key speaker, Pascal Finne, who is the co-founder of the Be Radical Singularity University. But before conversation about the radical changes, we should go back to the way how technological solutions enable us to improve communication. Whenever we talk about advertising technology, in the first place, we mean advertising technology for promotional purposes, and we also talk about the kind of an orchestra of technological solutions which are useful to our hearing and are being used in advertising campaigns every day. In one of the Forrester surveys, I found seeing that marketeers on average use about 5 technologies in a single advertising campaign. But then why am I talking about an orchestra? And I will try and prove it to you. One of the top trends right now is customized communication, and more than 78% of the internet users are saying that personalized content from a brand increases their consumer activity. If that's true, then as a consequence, we'd also see the advertisers' businesses growing, and the quantity of customized and personalized campaigns following that particular trend would also grow. But what does it mean to hold such a campaign? Similarly, it would betray to you should segment your audience, you should select the proper channels, you should select the proper message, which is very much individualized per an individual user. Without doubt, we are being assisted in this by technology, and I try to put together a minimum list of technologies which may help us to place out such one individualized campaign. My screenshot is just an example. Some of them can be used within an advertising campaign, some not. Other technologies can be added depending upon the complexity of your communication ideas. One way or another, I couldn't limit myself to just 5 instruments. There are many more of them, and today it is important to understand not only the way this other technology works, but also to understand how they interact between themselves. And so this kind of a tech landscape, requires from us certain expertise. And we've got this expertise and capability, and that is specifically why inside our group we end up having such startups as Success, which specializes in using these kind of advertising technologies in its everyday work. In order to optimize digital placement on a daily basis, we manage the stack from the external and external technological platforms, as well as the process of interaction between these platforms, which, in the end of the day, enables us to improve the relevance of campaigns of our customers and, as a consequence, positively affect our businesses. However, we all understand that communication doesn't equal the implementation of the tactical advertising campaigns only. And that's why our key focus in working with Ad and Martech is looking for new ways of applying technology, well-known technology, as well as selecting optimal and easy to understand technologies in order to search for investment decisions for the businesses. The mix of computer vision and AI enabled us to create the platform. The functionality of it generates utility to the audience, and as a consequence, that helped us to raise the level of loyalty to a product and a brand. Streaming in the foundation of creative products improved the user experience, while the omni-channel delivery technology of coupons really propped up the experience of decision-making, being next to a shelf with products. These are real, cases of integrated communicative projects which we did this year. Also, as part of this session, you will hear the announcement of the details of these cases by my other colleagues. Yet another part of working with technologies that we see for us as a group is the role of integrating, optimizing business processes on the customer side. More and more often from us as an agency, as an advertising group, the advertisers are expecting commitments for their business result, and so the business outcome, apart from communications, are being affected by a great number of drivers. And so speaking about a great list of them, I basically leave the product itself outside of this framework. More specifically, amongst these factors, there could be an offline distribution and the way your points of sales are organized, or how you plan to expand them, where you plan to open new stores. Will these stores are going to be equipped with the Wi-Fi routers? Will it be possible to collect data from it? Do you have a call center to support your shoppers and how these call centers operate, how logistics work? So these are all important factors which create impact upon the demand for your product evolves. So whenever we talk about business outcomes by initiating an advertising campaign, we simply physically cannot take into account the set of these parameters and understand their influence upon the end results. So the help in really pushing it through the track and developing synergies with the marketing is an inextricable part of the future business partnership between the agencies and the advertisers. And so in this area, we also very much want to share with you our news because GroupM has become an official partner of AFITAC this year. The idea behind this partnership, we will learn about through Alexander Kondrashin, who is the Digital Innovations Officer, and Dmitry Mazuchenko, who is the ERFI Business Strategy Director. At all of the levels, the attribution of the advertising campaign to the advisory processes inside the business, we are ready to act as the pilots to our customers in this sea of the technology solutions. Within the next 10 minutes, we will learn about the kind of a language that you should use to talk to the startups in order to generate good outcome for your business. Now, let me pass the floor over to Elena Korshak, which is Chief Innovation Officer in Wavemaker, Dmitry Inoriev, MBA lead in Mediacom, then Elena and Katerina, who is the brand manager of the Nestle Purina. Hello everyone, dear friends. My name is Dmitry Inoriev. I'm in charge of the content and technologies and innovations in Mediacom. My name is Elena Korshak. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer in Wavemaker. And today we have an extraordinary interesting topic, which is the kind of topic which plunges us deep into it and makes our heart fiery. And we will talk about the unlock your business growth using technology, or how to systemically direct technologies and innovation to serve your business. And when I say serve your business, I mean to get new results, to grow the efficiency where we've been trying to do it for a long period of time, and most importantly, to identify new sources for growth and development. Innovation these days is a very popular topic, and the startups are very much fashionable. We see this explosive growth of interest towards innovation decisions and technologies, both on the part of the IT companies and financial entities, as well as from the FMCG sector and those who can be considered as traditional industries. Based on the Yandex survey, the mention of the AI over the past 5 years in various news titles grew 17-fold, and the interest towards startups just over the last year grew by 3 times. And we can see this corporate startup accelerated, business incubators, and the brands simply are carried away with the idea of introducing innovation, sometimes simply for PR, and at other times just for the heck of it. But we believe that efficiency is more important than hype, and so the Kantai agrees to us, which over the past few years, about the top 100 at brand, shows that the companies which continuously have been investing into the innovative solutions and technology developments do have high valuations. in terms of such things as being different from other companies and the importance for a customer. We believe that innovations can guarantee stable business growth, and right now is the time to do it. It's not that it is always clear how to come to these high-tech solutions so that not only remain just an item in your marketing plan, but could really produce results for a business. And over the past year, we have realistically come up with a great experience. We have met with hundreds of startups. We have done a lot of interviews with their founders. And on the basis of this whole experience, we've been able to put together a list of principles and rules which enables us to more systemically and precisely to pass through the whole journey of innovation, implementation in our customer businesses, from scouting, selection, piloting, and the rollout and scaling of such technologies. And today we happily introduce to you our 2021 growth recipe. And the first principle, Elena, yes, the first thing that I would like to begin with: technology may and should be understood intuitively. 10 minutes would be enough in order to identify interesting solution, to see the potential of a classic technology, and to see its applied value. There's a great book about the products and consumers, Imam Tess, that may sound too scientific, but that really works. Very classy, solutions are contagious because they immediately link to your brain through multiple millions of neurons. You want to talk about them. Even if you don't understand what a startup technology has underneath its hood, you can easily tell the story to others, what it does and what do you need it for. That is exactly the way it happened in our case to the Carrier company and Amazon startup, because their specialty is acceleration of online sales through live video streams. This is the case that we've spoken in detail back in summer. So today, for the first time, I would like to invite you to go behind the scene and show how we got to know each other with ISO technology. Yes, you press here, and you ask your question. Please show me the double seam or is a single seam. Then you put in your question. Then your question is being sent. Then a salesperson in a specific location from where basically customers. You see, that happened approximately a year ago at the exhibition because people just came out from the beta version, but their demonstration was so straightforward and so much easy to use. So the next day, half of our agency knew what IZON was about, how cool it is, and what we needed it for. In between ourselves, we call it case 1, 2, 3, because we needed one meeting with the customer in order to confirm the project. We spent 2 weeks in order to prepare the launch because of the pandemic. We were in a very much shortened period of time, and for 3 months we did the pilot, as a result of which we ended up having fantastic figures. 50% conversion took place from visits to the purchasing, and 33% engagement with products. When we talk about the spacecraft, multi-million accounts and 5-year plans to do the implementation, no, that is not the case. We don't create the star of the death. We are focusing on decisions that can easily fit into our businesses and work on not only longer term but also generate results right here and now. And that's exactly happened in another case where the Citibank and the SoMin startup, in a very masterful way, they control AI when searching for the proper audiences and optimizing campaigns. Despite the fact that Byron Shark recommended not to get carried away with segmentation, we do see that technology project took a gigantic leap forward, because every day we use algorithmic purchasing, auction-based modeling, smart advising, and optimization in real time. That is why we believe that one can go further with this ZM targeting and find people, narrow groups of people who are ready to purchase right here and now on the basis of the behavioral characteristics. We similarly believe that one can use long-tail targeting concept together with the innovative solutions in order to win in the tender wars and end up having more customers for less money. And we have been very much assisted indeed by SoMin technology, which evaluates 12,000 user parameters through the open sources, and then in real time optimizes dozens of campaigns. As the result of the pilot projects where we segmented non-obvious segments, ornithologists, the lovers of the Indian movies, we've been able to double increase the amount of leads and double reduce their cost. Let's move further. It is very important to be, when working with startup technologies, to understand that even before the start of the implementation of this or that technology in our customer businesses, we split the whole process of working with technology and innovation into several structural phases, starting from the way we ask ourselves questions, then formulate hypotheses and test them, then correlate and verify the results with the first pilot phase, and then scale out these business decisions to the whole of the company, customer business. And that's the principle we followed working with one of the JSK brands. Many of you are familiar with Fenistil as the kind of gel which helps when you have a problem on your skin after an insect bite. But very few know that Fenistil is also quite good in many other situations like eczema, an irritation on the skin, or many other skin problems. And one must say that it is outside of the framework of the perception as something that you use as a gel after an insect bite. That's where you have great opportunities for Fenistil sale to grow. And that was why our task was to change the perception of this brand in the mind of a consumer. And we were able to solve it through a very high-tech online solution which enabled to diagnose the skin problems through online app using AI. That sounds cool, doesn't it? But the fact of the matter is that even before the start of the implementation of these technologies, we understood what kind of KPIs we would need to use in order to further make decisions about the scaling or simply just further implementing this project in future period. No, in the mind of a consumer, everything is simple. You fill out a questionnaire, then you load up the photo of your problematic part of the skin, and then you end up having the results of the tests with various other guidelines and guidances and advice from the experts and the content. So when the first pilot period ended working with these technologies, we had impressive results. Apart from us having seen real changes in the perception of the brand and the mind of a consumer, in some from the anti-insect bite and all the way to other kinds of application. Most importantly, we noted a very significant business performance growth over the first few weeks of this service, and that became a very clear indication that the project needs to be continued and further developed in order to keep up the Fenistil sales growth. The fourth principle is consumers at the heart. And here we're talking about what helps us to better know our consumer, what helps us to better identify various segments, what helps us to better make his or her experience of interacting with the brand more individualized, to provide him with a better contact, to provide him with an individualized and customized offering, do the customized promo. So whatever we're talking about here, and we research consumers using different methodologies, we research consumer behavior from different angles in order so that the customer gets more from the brand and so that the brand can get a better value from such interaction with the consumer. And in order to tell you more about how this particular principle can be applied in practical application, I would invite my colleagues from Nestle and Mindshare to come on the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Ekaterina Kosarenko. I'm the Purina Nestle brand manager. My name is Elena Famina. I'm the strategic director of the Mindshare Content Plus agency. And we're going to tell you about the Felix brand, a case where technology and startup thinking helped us to develop around our consumers a comprehensive promo program wherein, through the personalization, we were able to respond to the consumer needs and insights. So let's begin with the context. It's no secret to anyone that promo right now becomes a new norm. The share of promo sales in the key FMCG categories even last year climbed over half. More than 40% of the retail assortment is being discounted. And that has become so habitual to our consumers so that growing the frequency and the depth of promo, unfortunately, doesn't bring about the necessary effect. Sales either doesn't grow or even declines. And that requires a new look, a new approach to the mechanics, which incentivizes sales. And so nowadays that becomes possible. Digitalization of commerce, new technologies, broad opportunities to use and work with data becomes the foundation for the new approach to stimulate sales. The answer to us were individualized cashback programs where we can give any customer the most valuable things offer, and in such programs we can work in a focused way upon finding a tactical solution within each segment. For example, to grow the loyalty amongst the category switchers, to strengthen the user habits among light users, and even to expand the assortment of products consumed within one brand portfolio. All of that becomes possible thanks to the expanded data about the behavioral habits of an audience, and thanks to the instruments that we use to control such programs. Our tech partner BrandLink helped us to identify such cross-platform cashback solution, which in the first place helped us to achieve automation of delivering offering to our consumers at the same time by retaining the possibility almost on the go to change the terms of the promo campaign. On the other hand, to achieve a large-scale coverage of the audience through integrating into the most popular mobile apps with the offers, where we could maintain control over the verification of the checks and the promo arbitrage, irrespective of the environment where the user loaded the check. Thirdly, the most valuable thing, by accumulating data about the behavioral aspects of our customers in terms of their frequency of purchasing, the composition of the purchasing basket, the prevalence towards competition. And through that, we not only are able to optimize the current campaigns, but also find valuable insights that later on we use in our brand strategizing. We, Mindshare Content Plus, have a very broad expertise in different disciplines, and we put together such broad promo campaigns, customized, developing the promo dynamics, creative concept, ROI estimation, connecting into technology cashback partners, developing contacts and AI solutions to support our customers, and feedback gathering. The outcome, we end up having a very comprehensive product which can be immediately used and further scaled out. A very successful case to us in 2020 was the program that we developed for Felix brand, and something that we will talk about more now. Thank you, Elena. Yes, indeed, the case to us was a very successful one. In this program, we similarly had a very simple task to do, to stimulate promo and repeat purchasing in that brand. But it was made complicated that within this particular category there's a very tough pricing war between competitors. In order to solve this, we have come up with a systemic, comprehensive cashback program within which our users could buy something online or offline, something which is quite important right nowadays, to register a check either on the brand online platform or the Felix Club or in one of the 9 biggest RuNet applications such as networks such as Beeline, 2GIS, Contact, MTS, or Perekryostak. After that, our user will get a cashback and certain gifts from the brand. As part of this program, we have foreseen customized offering to some cohorts of users, but also a very progressive system of bonusing enabled us to increase the frequency of buying. Next step for us will be a much deeper analysis of our audience from the point of view of its consumer behavior, as well as an automated system of transferring people from one cohort to another, which is quite personalization. So the results of our piloting and tests exceeded our expectation. Based on the results of the program, the average check was 31% higher than the average market check. We also were able to bring in 4 times more the amount of users that were planned, and within the scale of such a promo format, that is really a great achievement. Also, in the brand-owned platform, Felix Club, the average value of the purchasing was 8 times greater, and the return on investments indicator has proven that we have been really successful. So currently, deeper knowledge about target audience on the basis of their consumer habits eventually would enable us to reduce the promo dependence within a category, as well as identify a proper balance between the interesting offering for our end consumers and the business effectiveness. And in conclusion, I would like to say that working with innovations and startups when searching for new technology achievements, the most important thing is practical work. And in practical work, what is important? Everyday work and systemic approach. And so the task of our approach is to look for new points of growth for you and for your brands, to make working with innovations easier to understand, generating results right here and now, as well as in the future as well. It sounds cool, doesn't it? But we are moving away from the words and more towards the practical application, announcing our big partnership. And I now would ask Sasha Kondrashkin, Chief Digital and Innovation Officer of Mediacom, will tell us about it. Good afternoon, Elena. Thank you very much for the introduction. Working in the paradigm of further and better and higher, of course, we shouldn't be complacent at what we have done, because our task is to grow customer businesses, to act as their strategic partner and business integrator. Integration, we believe, is a bit of a translator from the business language into the technology language. But not only that, this is the team which can become aware of the problem, understand what are the tools needed in order to solve the problem technologically, and organize the process in such a way so as to arrive at an effective result. In order to implement the ambitions of the business integrator, GroupM in Russia decided to participate in the AFIS initiatives, which is the first time ever in the world. So this kind of news is not yet in any monitoring or in any website. And here I would like to tell you that GroupM decided to participate in the AFI-TAC project that we will hear about from Dmitry Mazuchenko, Director for Strategic Planning and New Business from AFI. Dima, could you please tell us a bit more about why you decided to go for the technology and what makes you so unique? Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Sasha, for asking me to come. Yes, indeed. Technology in marketing today is a hot topic. If you take a look at the Gartner survey results, the recent one, you will see that about 26% of all of the marketing budget today is being invested into technology. This is the biggest line item of the marketing budget. This is even more than altogether companies invest into direct advertising. Basically, they see that customers today, they go not only for the creative media agencies, they go for the tech partners. They select the partners in processing big data, the kind of partners which will be able to reflect the consumer experience in the digital channels, and it all happening these days. So quite naturally, such a big budget demands masterful management. Paradoxical, but the same marketeers who invest into more technological decisions, they know that technology is the biggest underdeveloped capabilities in an organization. Definitely out in the market, there's a need to systematize knowledge about technologies and marketing, and we, like AFI Russia, couldn't stay away from it. Of course, we on our own couldn't have worked on that project, so we needed to have our kindred spirits, and so GroupM is the kind of company that business efficiency is part of its DNA, so we're very happy that GroupM is one of our partners that we work on it together. Dima, thank you very much for such pleasant feedback. That really sounds very, very inspiring, and I would like very much to ask you to share with us your ideas about the kind of instruments that will be available to the market in order to assess and evaluate their digital and technological maturity. Could you please tell us? Of course. Our topmost interest in the index of technological development of a company. We will come to this tech index through a big survey that is currently taking place. We want to provide the companies with an instruments of measuring their digital maturity. We want to provide them with an instrument that will really help them grow their businesses. And one should know two important things here. First of all, right now in the market, we have a lot of instruments for digital maturity measurement. But our specificity is that we want to measure the technological aspects in marketing and commercial work inside the business of this company. Secondly, besides us giving the opportunity to the companies to do self-assessment of their digital maturity, would also provide them with specific instruments. We will try to show to them what kind of instruments specifically would be most positive in terms of impacting their business growth. I personally very much happy that GroupM is the kind of a partner which really leads in this unique research. And the task that we're setting ourselves is to understand what kind of the payback we get from the technology, because when we thought about the tech indexing, we realized that one should analyze not only marketing performance, but also the structural and economic performance as well. Of course, we want to dig further down. That is why we are thinking that we would also need to understand the triggers and the external drivers that also affect the tech maturity and its level. And so another question, so when playing this tech card, how can one achieve leadership in the technology? Because in the future, we plan to create the self-assessment instrument that will be available to the market that Dima mentioned, so that the companies could independently understand their whereabouts in terms of the technology journey and where they should go. One will be able to learn about the first results of such a survey at AFI-TAC Forum in February 2021. Dima, could you please tell us a few words about this forum? With great pleasure, I'll tell you. Yes, indeed. We are going to present the results of the tech maturity indexing at that forum, and I believe that one should say a couple of words about what kind of forum it's going to be, because I'm sure that there are so many forums running these days. Yet another forum really doesn't create additional value to the market. We understand it, and we don't want to offer another forum where the word digital is going to be mentioned just for the hype that would promise digital transformation and evolution and so on and so forth. We want to offer the forum that would truly respond to the needs of the current business. It's easier said than done, and right now I'm going to tell you what is going to happen at that forum. First of all, we decided that we are going to split the content stream. We will do it separately for the decision makers and a separate one for marketeers. For the executive level people, we will organize very much individual consultations and a great number of individual content which will help people who are making decisions to choose proper technological innovations in marketing for them to be done in their businesses. In order to create content for marketeers, we decided to do it in the following way. For quite some time, we've been debating what this content should be at the AFI-TAC Expert Council with our partners, with various experts in different sectors, and then we put together a questionnaire and we polled more than 300 AFI experts, which represent the whole of the advertising industry. On that basis, we're able to come up with the final product that we are going to offer to you. The forum will take place on the 18th and 19th February online, so we invite you to register at the afi.ru/TAC website. You can be the spectators or participants and maybe even the speakers. Dima, thank you very much for this invitation. We will definitely come around, and we even offer a presentation. I would like to say that this is indeed a very outstanding, unique thing to be able to work in the team of the kindred spirit people. Don't forget to ask us questions through Slido and stay with us, because there will be many more interesting things to come. Thank you. See you. Yes, thank you very much. And now I would like to pass the microphone over to our next speaker, Pascal Finet. Pascal is in charge of the Startup program in the Singularity University. Pascal is a visionary, and he only supports the kind of ideas that can help humanity really undertake a great leap forward through the exponential technologies. And so Pascal has prepared a practical guide as to what the companies today should do in order to be successful today, tomorrow, and in the foreseeable future. Pascal will tell us about the drivers that one should take into account and understand now in order to transform your business, to make it not only valid, but also make it the leading one in 2020 and into the future.
We are very glad to see you with us today at our conference. Looking forward to hear your presentation.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Valeria. And let me share my screen because I want to take you into the future and we don't have much time. So let's get into it. Now, here's a starting and opening quote for you. This is Ayn Rand, who said famously, "You can avoid reality, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding reality." And I do think that's so true today. And clearly we've seen this with COVID. You can shut your eyes, but it won't go away. Now, here's the second most important thing I can tell you about the future. The future truly is invisible. And it's not quite invisible because realistically, you do know what happens tomorrow. You've got a sense of what happens in a week from now. But the moment you get further out, like a month, a year, 10 years, the future becomes pretty invisible, foggy to us. There's a concept called the cone of uncertainty in the futurist community, and it says that the further out you go, the wider the option space, the space of possibilities become. And inside of that space of possibilities is a smaller space of probabilities. And those are the probabilities we need to chart. We need to understand what they look for. And that will become a crucial skill of the leader in the 21st century and for organizations to embrace. Our friends over at EY, at their think tank EYQ, use a model to think about the future in 3 time horizons: the now, the next, and the beyond. And when you think about what has COVID done to us, it's actually really remarkable because it has taken those 3 time horizons and compressed them into singular points in time. What used to be 2 time horizons, now and next being 2 years out, is right now, right here. COVID has accelerated the inevitable by at least 5 to 10 years. And what used to be the beyond, that 5 or 10 years out, now is really only the question of what happens beyond COVID. And so let's explore what this means for you, your organizations, and for you as a leader. We have a model, we call this the 7 layers of future organization. And make no mistake, as every model, of course, it's a gross oversimplification, but it helps understand what this future looks like. And the model works like this. You have a change in the market. The change in the market changes your business model. It changes your operational model. It changes your organizational model. And then it trickles down into the softer, squishy parts of your company: culture, mission, purpose, and people. So let's explore what this looks like today. Change in the market, I don't need to tell you much about this, but everything you need to know I can summarize in a single slide. The change in the market is, of course, the exponential curve. And not only does technology move on these exponentially accelerating curves, think about computers, but unfortunately pandemics move on them as well. Now here's the important thing about those exponential curves. And again, they're gross oversimplifications, make no mistake, but they're a good enough model. If we're standing somewhere where this gentleman stands, and I would argue this is where we are today in many technologies, many changes we're seeing around the world, and you look to the past has a tendency to look flat and linear. If you have the ability to see the future is this crazy, weird land. Ernest Hemingway wrote a book called The Sun Also Rises. In this book is a quote. We have stolen that quote and misappropriated it, and we call it the Hemingway law of motion. And it goes like this: gradually and then suddenly. So keep this in mind as you're thinking about the future. It happens to us gradually and then suddenly it seems to explode onto the scene. So the important skill here becomes reading the early part of this curve. We call this weak signals. So you need to tune into the world. You need to become curious about the world and look at the stuff which doesn't seem to be anything quite yet, but has the potential to change the world, because those changes will truly change markets, and markets then change business models. And here's what you need to know about the business models. Business models get disrupted. And I'm not telling you anything new here, but I'm kind of sick and tired of that word. So let's disrupt the word itself, because I do think that we make a massive mistake when we look at the world of disruption, because disruption as it is defined in Webster's dictionary from 1913, more than 100 years ago. Disruption is the state of being rent asunder or broken in pieces. And I think that's a pretty accurate description. But here's the story of disruption. Every time someone talks and tells you a story about disruption, they always tell you the story about 3 companies, Kodak, Blockbuster, Nokia. I'm pretty sure you heard those stories many, many, many times, as did I. And if you're anything like me, you just want to throw up in your mouth a little bit when you hear it. Because the story is always the same. Kodak got disrupted by the digital camera and Instagram ultimately. Blockbuster, of course, got destroyed by Netflix. And Nokia lost out to the iPhone. Now, here's the fascinating thing. Every time we talk about these stories, we make these companies the hero in the story, and we get obsessed about trying to figure out what is it these companies do to become disruptive. Whereas I would postulate that the interesting thing is that the job to be done underneath these disruptions has never changed. You're still taking pictures. They just don't happen to be on film anymore. They're digital. You're still watching movies. They just don't come on a VHS videotape. They're now streamed to your television, and you're still holding a device to your face, interacting with it and communicating. It's just not voice anymore. The underlying job to be done hasn't changed, which means that disruption isn't as much the story of the disruptor. It is much more the story of the disrupted. Namely, as Walt Kelly in his comic Pogo in 1970 said, we have met the enemy and he is us. We obsess about the idea of and the notion of what is it that gets in your way? What is it what made Blockbuster stumble? Because it was theirs to lose. And I would postulate this is true for every company out there. We have a model we call state changes, and state changes come out of the world of physics. Very simple. If you take water, it goes from solid when it's frozen and it's ice. You warm it, it becomes water, liquid, and then you warm it further and it becomes gas. And the in-between is state changes, and disruption happens exactly like this. You go from one state to the next. You go from videotapes in a store to DVDs shipped to your house to now videos and movies streamed to your device. Every single time, the underlying atom, the underlying thing, the job to be done, in our case water, H2O, has never changed. So it is imperative to understand this for us as companies, because when you look at a state, there's always a state, a phase of stability. This is the phase where you make all your money, the world is nice. And also, if you happen to be in a startup, this is not the point in time where you want to attack a market, because it's nearly impossible. But then you've got this moment where the changes are happening and they come gradually. You see the weak signals, and then suddenly they explode onto the scene and change everything. So it is imperative to understand state changes if you want to understand what disruption looks like. Now, disruption leads to changes in your operational model, the way you do your business. And the most important thing, I believe, which is true for businesses today, is that we're living in an increasing world of uncertainty, and that is very uncomfortable. And trust me, it will not get any better. Now, the challenge with uncertainty is that you don't have the answers anymore. Here's a good example for this, and it shows how uncomfortable we are with uncertainty. Imagine the following situation. You're on a way to a business meeting, and you're hitting traffic. You're in a traffic jam. Now, the question for you is this. What is more uncomfortable for you? What pains you more? Knowing that you will be 20 minutes late, or wondering if you can make it? When we ask people this question, 2/3 at least say that wondering is the more painful state. And it makes sense, because we want to order, we seek out answers, but you're living in a world where that isn't the case anymore. And in this world, you need to differentiate the things you can't know from the things you don't know. Those are two different spheres. We call them reducible and irreducible uncertainties. Again, there's things which you actually cannot know, and you need to become good at putting them aside, because you can't do anything about them anyway. And then you've got the things you could know, but you just don't. And ambiguity is the awful feeling of knowing that you should know and could know, but you don't. And that is where you want to put your emphasis, your time and energy. So again, you're living in a world where you don't have the answers anymore. And make no mistake, our whole system, everything, schooling, university, business, wants you to have the answers, but I don't think that we need to have the answers anymore because they don't work in this world. Because in this world, the new operational model we need to embrace is questioning. And not just questioning for the sake of it, we need to ask better questions. And as Warren Berger has pointed out in his beautiful book, A More Beautiful Question, the value of answers in a world of increasing complexity decreases. Again, the value of answers decreases in a world of complexity, and we live in highly complex times, whereas the value of a good question increases. So become good at asking questions. And as Tina Selig, professor at Stanford University, once said, questions become the frames into which the answers fall. Let me give you a couple of frames which were provided by questions. What if we didn't have to deal with late fees was the founding question of a company we already talked about, Netflix. It is a beautiful question which opens up the explorative space. Here's another one which I love because it combines two seemingly disparate fields, music and biology. What if we could map the DNA of music? And of course, this is the founding story of Pandora. And lastly, a question asked by a child of its dad. Why do we have to wait for the picture which led to Polaroid? So you see, a smartly formulated, beautiful question opens up the space for you. Now here's a couple of ideas on how you set up these beautiful questions to make it very practical for you. Beautiful questions are not necessarily obvious. They're ambitious but actionable. They shift your perception and your thinking. They're possible catalysts for change, and they often start with why, what if, how might we? And I postulate that the operational model of the 21st century is in the form of questions. And again, this trickles down into your organizational model. The old way of doing a business, running your company, was this: the org chart, lines and boxes, everybody had their place and we knew what to do. The new way probably looks much more like this painting by Jackson Pollock. Some people see chaos in it, some see order. And I would postulate that the world we're living in is chaotic. We are striving to get order, and the way you want to build your business is in what we call a chaotic system. You embrace the best of both worlds. The old world used to be like this, like the military marching band, but that is not true anymore. The new world looks much more like this flock of starlings, where we're taking into account at any given time the environmental parameters. We know where the wind is coming from. We know what the updrift is. We orient ourselves permanently, constantly on our fellow sparrows in this case. And we all know where to go. Chaotic systems exhibit characteristics of both chaos and order. They regularly yield surprising innovation. They're highly robust and scalable. And here's how you build one. You agree on the core principles. You need to know what your North Star is. You distribute the decision-making out to the edges. You give the nodes authority to do what they want to do and need to do, and you allow them to root around. You don't put the core as the imperative into the middle of your organization. The very best systems in the world, I would argue that, for example, Amazon is one of those. Visa was one of those. Firefox, the Mozilla web browser I used to work for, was one of those. Google is oriented this way. The very best organizations in the world orient themselves accordingly to a chaotic system. And that brings us to my second to last point here, culture. There's much to be said about culture. I do think there's one thing which all winning cultures have in common, which is how do you deal with failure? And failure for me starts here. This is Winston Churchill, who said success consists of going from failure to failure without a loss of enthusiasm. That sounds really painful to me. And if you come to Silicon Valley, they always tell you one story, which is this: fail fast, fail often, fail forward. And let me tell you once and for all, that's utter bullshit. For a simple reason. Nobody likes to fail, and no company is successful by failing. I postulate we're doing failing wrong, and I want to show you why. I do believe we need to redefine failing as an acronym, and FAIL stands for your first attempt in learning. Focus on the learning, not the failure. And words matter here. Simple reason. We see this in the neuroscience. When you label something as a failure, you create a dark spot in your brain. You can see it on an fMRI scan. And it's our survival instinct, because eons ago, when we walked over the savannah, you picked up a blueberry, you ate it, it made you sick. You registered in your brain, man, I don't eat these blueberries anymore because they make me sick. Next time you see one, you walk away. Now today you find yourself in a meeting, someone says, I've got an idea, and someone else says, oh, we tried this before, it doesn't work. That's exactly the same reaction. Now, when you look at something as a learning, and I guarantee you, even the biggest failures in the world, there's a lot of learning. When you look at something as a learning, you register it as a bright spot. You registered in the prefrontal cortex, the creativity part of your brain, because at the end of the day, creativity is nothing but the combination of bright spots. So focus on learning. This becomes a powerful super skill of the best organizations in the world. And second to last, mission and purpose. There's so much to be said about this. I just want to point you to Simon Sinek's Golden Circle, because I think it's a very good framework. Simon makes this compassionate argument that you should start with why. Why do you even exist? And then you say, what is it we're doing, the how, and lastly, what is it we're creating, the actual product. In our world, we talk about purpose, mission, and product as the why, the how, and the what. And everything originates from purpose. Everything originates from the why. And again, much has to be said why that is for another time. Lastly, people. There is enormous amount of things to be said about people. The only thing I can tell you about people, that the business of business is people. Yesterday, today, and forever. So here you have it, 7 layers of future organizations. The way you think about the world, changes in the market lead to changes in the business model, changes in your operational model, changes in your organizational models, and they trickle down into your culture, mission, purpose, people. You need to tackle all 7 layers if you want to be successful in this world. Now bring it together and you have your future organization. Last quote I have for you. This is Ron Shaich, dear friend of ours, founder of Panera Bread. When asked about how does Ron see the success of the company in the future, why is Panera so successful? And he said, our approach has always been to discover today what matters tomorrow and then transform our company into a future that is unfolding before us. And I think Ron is 100% right, because that's exactly what you have to do. You have to figure out what matters tomorrow and then transform the company into that future you now can see. If you want to be in touch, send an email to hello@b-radical.xyz. There's a little bot behind this. They will send you back my personal contact details. We share all our research on a public mailing list. We will add you to that list. It was an honor, a pleasure, and a privilege to be here with you today to talk about the future. And with that being said, enjoy the rest of this amazing, amazing conference from my friends at GroupM. So long, and create the future you want.
Уважаемые коллеги, вот и завершился.
Dear colleagues, so now this session, the technology, the growth driver, is over, and I would like now to thank all of the speakers at this session for a very interesting presentation, and secondly, following tradition, to see the results of our questionnaire and polling together with you. In the very beginning of the session, we asked you, what kind of technology do you believe to be most successful in 2020? In the course of your voting, there were 2 technologies vying for the first place: low-touch interfaces, the voice-based search and Face ID, and machine learning to improve the efficiency of the algorithmic purchasing, which is not surprising, because this is definitely no surprise, because low-touch interface, voice-based search, and Face ID is indeed the customer user-based technology that we meet in our everyday life, in our telephones and smartphones devices, in the smart speakers, and even some of the websites do put in the voice-based search as a navigational tool. Machine learning to improve the efficiency of our algorithmic purchasing is absolutely advertising kind of a technology, and with this stronger interest towards performance this year and improving the effectiveness of the advertising positions, this kind of technology has become an inextricable part of the majority of the technological platforms. Great many thanks for being with us, for listening and watching the Technology Growth Driver. Stay with us further. We're grateful for support to our conference partners: Rus Outdoor Group of Companies, RBK, Rambler Group, Digital Operator Number 1, Gallery, Impol, Moose TV Channel, Video Sales House, MD, Go Mobile, iTarget, Players Agency, Adindex. Let me remind you, you can ask questions of the speakers through the slido.com hashtag TYNY 2020. The conference materials are going to be uploaded in the course of the day to the Adindex website.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaron Farizon. I'm the CEO of Mediacom. I'm very happy to welcome you at TYNY, particularly being able to represent this session about the agility and speed. I'm absolutely convinced that the agility in decision-making, selecting technology, and the speed of response to the continuously changing context from now on is one of the most important, if not the most important component for the business growth in the future. Let me remind you that today we have an excellent opportunity to forward our question to the Slido speakers and share your views by responding to the question, which of the new solutions which give us agility and speed you are ready to use in 2021? So let's do it now. And let's begin now with the Chinese saying, which I believe is the most appropriate word reflects the current situation. When the winds of change blow, some people build walls, while others build windmills. Thinking about the current environment, the first thing that comes to mind is about new habits and behaviors. But if you dig deeper, the current year helped to very much accelerate the things which for the past several years have been growing. Food delivery, the wind in the back of the sail, has become a very popular service. We have grown used to online education and e-com almost twice as much over the 1 year. Who won from it? I believe those who very quickly felt where the wind is blowing, what the consumers need, and reformatted their offering. An excellent project, which is STS Kitchen and Local District Kitchen, where you could not only see food on the screen, but also get it through your door, or the creative things which have been built in the household, and many other excellent examples. The wind of change also helped those who really needed to fully transform their businesses. For example, Mikchik, Russian company which really focused upon producing personal hygiene, or the TSS Sincor, who instead of tickets to concerts started selling personalized messages and songs from the musicians. Now applying agility and speed when creating new formats, that helps also to accelerate the business growth. The leading companies in the market do it by engaging new customers, increasing the number of transactions. They are trying to see the consumer mood and very quickly alter their response. And Make and Learn helps them to select what the consumers need. Later on in the session, we will talk to the market leaders. You will really enjoy it. Our agency business didn't stay apart from this wind of change. We now have new toolkits to analyze and forecast the scenario planning, quick answers to the questions, what if this or that happens? The quick response system enables us to see quick signals and apply the best possible scenario, and you will see several excellent cases later on. Speed sometimes is a very critical thing for your success. More than 150 RTM cases that we amassed showed that the most successful cases through the lockdown were done in the very beginning in March. At the same time, we as the industry need to learn lessons and to raise the level of messaging. We have identified very precise rules to follow. Please get in touch. We will happily share them with you. And so, in what way the agility and speed will help us in the future? First of all, quick launches, quick planning, agile launches, agile planning. So making up our mind, let's not forget about the long-term effect. you should have scenarios for any case for immediate application. Let's do real-time marketing, but it is important to raise the level of standards. And of course, we also expect from our trading partners greater agility and new decisions and solutions. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Maria Kornienko. I'm the planning director in Wavemaker. And I'm going to tell you now about the way the agile monitoring of the demand indicators and smart media instruments help grow businesses in new reality. We all understand that the key specialty, peculiarity of the current year is a unique level of uncertainty that permeates almost all of the walks of life of consumers. Against the economic and social instability, very often we encounter traditional planning approaches requiring adjustments. Because right in front of our eyes, the traditional demand structure changes many categories. And indeed, in such a turbulent and unstable situation, the statistics of searches in the internet to us becomes an important advance indicator of demand and consumer behavior. What does it mean? On the one hand, we ought to trace and monitor all changes in the search engine dynamics in order to respond in an agile way to all the discovered sources of growth. On the other hand, brand as never before require flexible and agile instruments for media response. So let's look through a real case how such an adaptive planning works. All of us in the beginning of the year remember demand spike for the winter medicine, and that was not only the double growth in March and April, but overall throughout a longer season of cold and flus, which ended up later and began earlier than usual, almost with just a 2 months interval. And we realized that such changes may affect not only the categories which help you get rid of the coronavirus symptoms, but in other categories. So we never stopped short of looking for the search dynamics. Why did we do it? So that to be able to very quickly analyze all of the opening up opportunities for growth and faster than before to respond to them through the media. And so, in the first week after the lockdown was announced, we've registered the spiking growth in the gastro category. It grew right in front of our eyes, contrary to the traditional dynamics of a decline characteristics for such a season. Having analyzed it, we realized that staying home and not eating properly led many Russians to encountering very unfortunate situations with their gastrointestinal tract. And the number of people who are facing this problem with every day will be growing. And so to us, it was not only the opportunity to help consumers, but also to stimulate brand sales. But how one can find a proper media decision? We had Maximize as a tool for that. This is know-how which was created out of AI and machine learning technology. This tool combines different functions. We can define the audience for the brand growth, select the most effective media channels in line with the task, as well as model and choose most effective scenarios for media mix. In our case, the audience analysis demonstrated that those who regularly suffer from GI effects do have the highest potential of sales during the period of isolation. So our main task in media was to put an emphasis upon them. With the help of Maximize, we have analyzed more than 20,000 different media scenarios. When modeling, Maximize takes into account 3 core criteria: the potential and the cost of coverage in every media channel, the impact of media upon brand matrices, and of course, the media impact upon sales. With its help, we quickly made a decision to reallocate our investments into media with the highest ROI. very agile ability to respond, and very flexible tooling enabled us to quickly and effectively make a decision to strengthen our media campaign in the period of self-isolation, with a focus upon those who regularly suffer from adverse GI effects and achieve better results, because the growth of the brand sales was twice as high than the category sales growth during the quarantine. And we are continuing to look for the such statistic because pandemic is not lessening. So with the number of those who contract the disease growing, we see the spike of demand in the mouthwash category. Having analyzed the sources, we realized that this particular symptom is an early symptom of coronavirus, and we understand that this is yet another opportunity to help consumers and to make the brand growth more active. Now the question is, who will do it faster? Now, summarizing, I should say, be flexible, be agile, monitor the search statistics, respond to all of the changes, look for the growth sources, and use effective media instruments, and we will be happy to answer your questions through Slido. And again, hello. Ecosystem is a new given, but how one can manage and grow it? Do the instruments and approaches are effective here who help us grow individual brands? Natalia Baluta, Head of Knowledge and Growth Intelligence in Mediacom, will explain us what it means in her presentation. Hello, my name is Natalia Baluta. In Mediacom agency, I'm the head of growth and growth management, knowledge and growth management. Today I'm going to tell you how, in the contemporary environment and 100% uncertainties, brand can flourish, grow and develop. What kind of changes in approaches it requires. We're all grown used to work with brands and grow brands, but in the contemporary world, unfortunately, it turns out that the strength of brand is no longer enough. Why it happens? And upon the screen you can see an example of a photo of Fukushima power station, and what happened to her is quite indicative of the current period. The power station was being built taking into account whatever took place in the past. It was protected from the earthquakes and waves, but people in their design relied upon what they saw in the past. And unfortunately, the kind of an earthquake and the tsunami wave which led to this catastrophe were much bigger than what people could remember. So directly and indirectly, this is something that we are living through. We are still going to be confronted by a great number of waves which are bigger than what we remember in the past and higher than what we can imagine. So the past paradigm, when we try to build buildings which are tall and which withstand any wave, no longer works. These days, we need to use different designs which will not try and be higher than the wave, but will be flexible and stable so as to overcome any challenge. And there is such a design which is described as an ecosystem which will borrow certain approaches from the animal world and demonstrate wonders of agility and speed, which makes them stable and resilient. But can we use the kind of the ways that we employ to work with brands in order to grow ecosystems? Unfortunately, not always, and I will tell you why. We're used to grow brands upwards. All of the KPIs and metrics were about growth. Increasing sales, increasing profitability, expanding the market share, and even if we were talking about the brand portfolio when other brands were added to this portfolio, we continued to grow brands upwards, although we then had to remember that adding a new brand into the portfolio must increase the number of people that we are covering, and the next brand should help us to work with the people that the previous brand couldn't reach out to. But if we talk about the ecosystems, they're not growing only upwards, they only grow sideways and downwards and deeper, and that makes them resilient, because the ecosystem should help not only for our sales to grow, not only to service a great number of people, but for every single person to work with the biggest number of situations of consumption that an individual may demonstrate. Ecosystems are very diverse. These are the kind of businesses that we've grown to see as ecosystems like Spur, Yandex, or Alibaba. These are also portfolios of brands in the companies. These are organizational structures, and the media mix is also an ecosystem.
I'm going to tell you today about the cases primarily from abroad, and after my presentation there will be a panel debate of the experts of the Russian businesses who will tell us from the horse's mouth about the local examples. I will start from not a very happy example. This is one of the cases, unfortunately, of our customer who we recently analyzed. In the company's portfolio there were a lot of categories and a lot of brands, but it so happened that advertising each of these brands, individual these categories, the company is, dealing itself a bigger blow than the competition does. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve for this business, but a different, more happy example is a Chinese example, Glory Media Star. This is the platform which from the onset was for the content. They specialized in developing video content, and they had their own partnership ecosystem, traditional celebrities, manufacturing brands. And recently, considering that the Chinese e-com market is close to saturation, there is no longer possible by expanding, by bringing in new buyers into e-com. Everybody is trying to run down the cost of the conversion from other platforms. Everybody's looking for new approaches. And so Gloria Media Star, they were able to share out and expand their partnership towards new ways, towards the e-com platforms looking for new sales channels. And I would like to tell you about what kind of approaches help ecosystems to prosper, like the last example. First of all, it's online, offline, and then it's continuous cyclical testing and continues in upgrading spiral. Ecosystem is a living body, and like a living body, it should grow and transform itself. Per every situation, I will show you case by case. 4 successful approaches online to offline. The TYNY Chinese company as well. This company was launched back in 2010, and its founder, Van Xing, previously began by copying pixel by pixel American platforms, for example, to Facebook. So he knew directly that digital was too dangerous, that the ecosystem must not equal technology only digital. Ecosystem must stand firmly upon its infrastructure and the physical world logistics. And that was exactly what TYNY did. They began in 2010 as a coupon sales website, and they had about 5,000 competition, and one of them was GroupM, a very strong international operator. In the subsequent years, after 2010, whatever happened to the Chinese market was described as the 5,000 GroupM's war. All the companies with a similar business model were trying to test different business models and try to survive and win in that market, but effectively TYNY won. And what did it do different from others? It was actively developing an ecosystem which connected technologies and online and offline. And so TYNY these days is one of the most innovative companies in the world, the biggest online to offline platform in China, and they account for a great number of orders, food deliveries, vehicles, lease and traveling. But they're not reliant upon technology only. For example, they own 1 million bicycles, which on the one hand help them to gather data, because every journey is data, every route is a data. On the other hand, this is also part of their business, which is impossible to be copied easily enough, like one can copycat the technology. The next example shows us the success level of a continuous testing and innovation launches. And here, one may base upon a saying that business really doesn't know what the market needs, only the market itself knows what it needs, but the market doesn't know it in advance. You need to offer it various options, and then the consumers themselves will vote by their purchasing and tell you what works and what doesn't. And here I would like to show you another Chinese example, WeChat, something that currently we know as a super app, mega app even, began in 2011. For some, the idea that WeChat came out in the market seemed a dubious one, because that was an application to exchange messages specifically set up for a mobile device, something that other competitors didn't choose to do then. And it had new innovative elements, for example, exchanging video and audio messages, which worked fine for the Chinese market, because putting in the Chinese characters of the typing board was very difficult. And WeChat continued to experiment. For example, in 2013, they added video audio calls and video conferencing, something that their main competitor, WhatsApp, launched only 3 years ago. So 3 years in the world of technology is eternity. And then WeChat that launched WeChat wallet and overnight raised 5 million users who connected their banking accounts to WeChat, and that opened up a new era of China moving into the cashless economy. And these days, China is very much ahead of all of the rest of the markets. And so, effectively, over the past few years, the turnover of money that passes through WeChat exceeds the GDP of the whole China. And all of this would have been impossible to come up in advance. In 2010, one couldn't say what we would need in 2020, what will that there will be coronavirus, and that the people would need these cashless systems and offline to offline ordering. So all of that WeChat was developing on the go, launching innovations and testing to see what worked and what didn't, and whatever didn't work, they would exclude from their ecosystem. And so this connection of different elements is the very same spiral of self-renewal, which can be very diverse. One shouldn't even think that this renewal only goes for the core product and offering of the company or services. This renewal can be about the configuration of the company or the ways it interacts with the consumers and its partners, or for the employees of the company itself. Another case that illustrates this self-renewal is Mark Jeans. It has been around for quite some time. In 2012, it was bought out by a new owner with an idea of a transformation, putting it into the circular kind of an economy. So moving away from the system when somebody buys something, uses, and then throws away, so as to close this circle so that the stage of waste wouldn't come. And so the Mark Jeans system really became a sort of a marketplace for a second-hand or a service for a free mending of a thing. So a new stable ecosystem model. So let me summarize. What ecosystem need in order to be able to be resilient and survive? We need to step away from the traditional KPIs and think not only about growing upwards, but also sideways and downwards, to rethink the kind of an ecosystem components in order to help it to grow rather than cannibalize on itself. And certainly continuous testing, new ideas, new offering to consumers, and consumers in the cycle of testing will give you an answer whether they need it or not, and whether the ecosystem requires upgrading. So I will summarize by the Peter Thiel quote that competition is for losers. And what do the winners do? The winners develop ecosystems. They build ecosystems and take it all. And the experts of the Russian business following me shall tell us about how we can do that in the Russian environment. Now let's move over to the last part of the session about agility and speed. This year we became witnesses of a triad of ecosystems appearing in the Russian market: Yandex, Sber, and Mail.ru. And it seems to me that for the first time, the representatives of these esteemed giant companies have come to see each other at the panel so as to respond to the market's questions. Let me remind you that today we have a unique opportunity to ask our questions of the Slido speakers. Dear colleagues, welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elizaveta Ositinskaya. I'm the founder of the project The Bell and the Russian Norm. And as has been previously mentioned, we are talking about the ecosystems, the current and the future ecosystem. Agility is a token of leadership. I believe the question mark nowadays can be taken away from this statement. It is obvious that this is the token of leadership. And recently, almost this year, there are 3 ecosystems that really broke into the market. And today we will have an opportunity to talk to the representatives of each of the currently leading ecosystems in the market. So let me introduce to you our esteemed guests. We have Dmitry Konchmar, who is the Yandex commercial director, Anna Artamonova, who is the Mail.ru Group ecosystem VP, and we will later be joined by Vladislav Krinin, who is the Sberbank chief growth officer. So my first question to you, dear colleagues, and please answer one by one. Let's begin with the main one. What the ecosystems the businesses are requiring for, and most importantly, why consumers need them? What's the outcome to those who should gain the most from the ecosystems? Well, the fact of the matter is that there are three sides that should be have some benefit. The first one is the end user. The second is the ecosystem itself, or its owner, I mean the business in this sense. And the third party, the third side, that the conference participants, I'm sure, are most interested in it, is a different kind of a business. I mean, the one that doesn't belong to this ecosystem owner. So, effectively, if we talk about users, it's most the best advantage, the most important advantage from the ecosystem will be, improving the user experience that the user is living. We understand that currently there's not only the information burden but also the service burden. Remember, we used to say the internet really created a big information burden upon a human being. We see now a different state where the internet creates a big service burden upon a person, because more and more services are being digitalized and move online, and so people have to choose inside a great multitude of offerings, prices, e-commerces, taxi services, and basically the ecosystem somehow helps such a person decide if not once, then as fewer times as possible, and from such a choice, enjoy the benefits in terms of the multiplication. For example, you sign up to some sort of an ecosystem, let's say City Mobile, which is the taxi, and then you fill out your address and your card, and so having done that, you can use the whole ecosystem behind it. You can use in the contact and whatever. So you get much bigger amount of information that you don't have to put in with your fingers. So every other part of the ecosystem, once you interact with it, if you're a user, you are being accepted by it in a much easier way. So if you go to some sort of an e-commerce which belongs to our ecosystem, we're no longer going to offer to you, the tents for fishing, because we definitely would know that you are not interested in it, without mentioning any gender kind of things. We simply know you that you are the kind of person who is not interested in fishing, or we won't offer you anything else, because simply we would know that, for example, you are not the kind of person who would be interested in this or that. So this is a bit of an familiarization of the user. Now, the second aspect is a certain economic benefit. It's no secret that all of the ecosystems, they develop their loyalty programs, and thanks to these loyalty programs, you can simply save. Yandex Plus, Sber has Prime, so respectively. So having once subscribed, paid the subscription, you can use the services in a much more beneficial way, and whenever we develop these things, it becomes much more attractive, and you can save a lot. And so the overall user experience is not only that, because, for example, in as far as brands are concerned, you can somehow interact inside the social network. I mean, you can see it from the outside as well as communicate with it inside, and send messages through messengers. So I suppose, what makes it beneficial to the company that the ecosystem doesn't belong to? It's simple to give you an answer. Through economic terms, that is to reduce the customer acquisition cost and certain improvement of the long-term incentivization, the way our investors are looking at it and how the market is appraising it. So basically, in every business, there are two parts: how much you make of the user and how much you spend on acquiring a user. So that should become much more effective to us. Now, speaking about the third aspect, which is a company or a business, which is our advertiser or a customer, or say a client in some other kind of a sector, to such organizations it would be of a benefit, because first of all, we know much more about a user, and through a certain joint story, we are in a position to share this information. Not that we are going to tell you some sort of a secret which is illegal, or share with you personal data. No. But let's say a primitive example of it could be a single authorization when, for example, through the VKey Connect you are being authorized, well, let's say in some sort of a third project like Deskimir, which is with the toy store, because the toy store getting consents from the users, having more information and are able to provide others with much more information compared to whether you would try and get information about your user if you are getting him with the first. So the conversion funnel, grows. But this is the basic story. The last basic story, respectively, it is the very same participation in our loyalty programs, for example, to which we invite not only our resources but external ones. So in the loyalty program, quite obviously, other businesses can tell our users about some sort of their products and make an offering to them. This is communication with the users because, basically speaking, inside this ecosystem, we have a special network and quite a powerful email service. So we really plan that thanks to that, an advertiser or a business can develop a much closer relationship with the users, work with it, with the groups and messengers. So users do use it very actively. They still subscribe to the brands that they are interested in. They're trying to send personal messages, and that could be a two-way street. And so, for example, if you have VK Connect, then you immediately can offer to this user, please subscribe me to a social network, and I'm going to be telling you stories about myself. So this is exactly something that I understand the brands want, to establish longer-term connectivity. For example, not just the person buys something and runs away. So how can you find them? There are other ways to go about it. There is an acquisition management service when you're trying to acquire a user, or retention management where you're trying to retain with your user and continue interacting with someone that you've grown to know. And so the retention management, to me, is something that is being covered by the ecosystem quite well, and the acquisition part of it too, because this is something where on the basis of our platform you can launch a mini app and build it into the contact, and simply because that lives inside the network itself, it really reduces the customer acquisition costs very, very strongly. And so if you need some sort of a service, you can use it right inside the social network. So actually, all of these barriers, like the marketeers know, there's some sort of a funnel at every stage of it. The users, fall off. I mean, the cost of the very last one who gets into it grows and grows. So the more you get out of the funnel, the better. So respectively, we, to the extent I understand, we cannot, sort of make them public in any particular way, but we've got very good cases in VK Taxi and VK Delivery, and you can realistically, objectively see that there's a very good conversion in usage, and even retention is much higher than just standalone story. Anna, thank you very much. You did quite a brilliant kind of overview, which even to people who are very much remote from the way the ecosystems work, a very good understanding of what are the main value points. Dmitry, is there anything you can add on top of it? And how can you explain to the users and businesses and basically to your own shareholder why ecosystems is good? That was quite an extended answer. It is really very difficult to add anything to it, but a very simple value that we're trying to go for. We believe that the ecosystem has become something of a well-trodden word, because if something happens, people immediately say ecosystem. This is rather about the product integrity and seamlessness. It is true when one person uses one service and then a different service with a similar-looking brand, which is inside it, does such a person expect that many things for him as a user would be much simpler, more convenient, and there wouldn't be any additional barriers to have to go through, like in terms of authorization, payments, and structural things. Yes, it is a lot about data. Yes, it is a lot inside about additional properties that are attributed to a specific person. Even very funny things. If a person switches on night mode, I'm sure that he would expect to get night mode on all of the kind of services that he or she is trying to put in the active screen at the time. The second important thing that was referred to is an openness of an ecosystem in a certain way, the openness of this particular product for any other partners. Because whatever Yandex does, we connect users and businesses. And at that juncture, we must be very consistent in understanding what is it that we ought to do. We have both businesses and users to find them, each other, and that is our mission, which over the past years and decades, one day we'll say over the past 50 years, we've been busy with. I've got a question to both of you, and I won't conceal it has a bit of a trick in it. You are saying that you are assisting businesses, but simultaneously, you yourselves are substituting with yourselves the services and products that the businesses are offering. Traditional automobile manufacturers, a classic example. People used to sell cars and buy cars. Now, with an appearance of ecosystem, the act of buying a car became limited to just a pure utility action, because you are offering a service. A person needs to take a ride, to go and do something, and so the task is to move from point A to point B. In the past, it was either by using public transport or by driving one's own car. Now there are a lot of other possibilities, car sharing, and just a taxi cab one click away. It is good to us, to the users, but many businesses, that would mean a total revision of their business model. Let's say, whereas in the past, a hypothetical company, an automobile manufacturer, was selling to the end user, nowadays they would need to think about how they should build their business in the future. The same applies to food manufacturers, where you are proposing a dinner to a user rather than ingredients or components that such dinner can be made up of. So users now have more options, but the producers and product sellers have fewer options. Yes, Anna, if you want to say something, yes, of course. How can you resolve this conflict? Well, effectively, it seems to me that everything here is a bit of a mix of different notions, because something that you are talking about is, principally speaking, the way our world is developing. It's not the ecosystem is to blame. Digitalization, we used to have this broad notion of digitalization, right? And it is true that life now is better, life now is more fun, and the users have more options. And the truth is that some of the businesses simply will die simply because they were not able to align themselves to the new reality. It's exactly the way it used to be so many times in the past in the world, like vinyl records against the current digital music and whatnot. So this is not a problem of an ecosystem. This is simply the way the innovations and life evolves. And of course, all of the business areas are being digitalized. And the truth is that the big IT companies in many areas, both in Russia and the world over, are playing a much stronger role, because digital is very much what we understand and live every day. Of course, we're not trying to fill up all the niches simultaneously, because the automobile manufacturers won't disappear. They will continue producing them. Maybe they will have to recut themselves to produce special, let's say, make some models which are more adaptive to car sharing or taxi cabbing. Automobile as a service rather than an object of ownership. And that goes not only for the cars, but the software. But they have new opportunities nowadays, let's say, together with us, together with those who drive their cars, to, come up with a better concept. As far as food is concerned, we not only deliver ready-made food, all kinds of food, that depends upon users, because some love to cook themselves, others love semi-finished product, others love restaurant delivery. So we meet all the needs, and generally speaking, this is really great and beautiful when civilization develops in such a way that the maximum needs of consumers are met. But how businesses fit themselves to it, that's their goal. And I can really assure you that not all of the businesses are worse off from it. For example, fast food producers, food manufacturers, they're happy. They work with us. They are our, leading partners. KFC, McDonald's, and I would say really now going through a booming kind of demand from our customers. Those who are lazy, enough to walk to McDonald's, yes, they can get what they want. Others enjoy it the old way. So, dark kitchen. You heard about the story. This is when restaurants work only for delivery. And so dark stores now we have around. We have at Samokat, a Yandex Love Car, like a or Yandex Pantry, or the foot scooter. You see, little pantries, little place stocked with the things just to cover the neighborhood in the immediate vicinity. And this is just in new businesses. It's just appeared. So this whole question about the traditional companies, yes, you can imagine, like in the Alice in Wonderland book, yes, my most favorite quote, in order to, here you have to run in order to just stand still. You see, but it's like in any other business. If you are not moving, you'll soon, basically, if you produce needles for the gramophones, right? So for a good developing business, a good partner, a big partner is a big help, and rather than cannibalization, so any sort. Well, if you yourself are raising an issue about the long-term nature and long-term strategies, could you, again, one by one, hypothesize about the way ecosystems, maybe not your ecosystems, but generally this whole world of ecosystems, what will it look like in 5 years down the road? And I will explain why I have such a question, because of course the people who are not directly inside the digital business, but produce certain future plans, agility is a very important component of any business. Even a year ago, I myself couldn't foresee that we would be organizing educational online courses with Berkeley University. If somebody would have told me that would be all online, I wouldn't believe it, but nevertheless, that's the fact now. So everything is changing ever so quickly, and you are at the very tip of these changes. You can peak in the future better than we traditional producers can. I very much believe in the rationale and the logic of simplifying everything, because sooner or later everything becomes much more laconic, straightforward, easier to understand, and more convenient. And so I believe that this whole story about ecosystems works approximately in the following way. We will be much more intolerant to various kinds of discomforts that we may find in other niches, from which we would expect that comfort may be given to us, like this customized, personalized information, and how the outdoor advertising is going to change. That Anna mentioned there are quite a few complicated topics, but at least an emergence of a great number of new devices and the things that surround us, various trackers that monitor us. All of this is going to be better. I mean, trackers are going to be better helping us to take care of our health, or let's say the things around us, like a smart home, will further help us to better understand what's happening, like create a micro climate which is better to our health within a given point in time. So these kinds of shifts that continuously happen already take place now. We are not all noticing them. It's very difficult to speak in a futuristic way. Yandex is the kind of company, and honestly, I would like to believe that we've got a 5-year strategy, but every time you look backwards 5 years ago and try and imagine that you may remember what it was 5 years ago, the feeling you get is that we're always not fast enough, that we're always slipping behind. There's always a feeling that like there used to be, because somebody said that we're at the tip of the process. So there's always a feeling that we're very, very far away from that tip because we still can't see what we can change and how it may manifest itself in the immediate future. And so, with respect to where we are now or where we will be in 6 months' times, that is just the question of ambition, the willingness to go there, and a great number of efforts that many people take. And that applies not only to Yandex, but the whole world. All of us continuously changing, continuously new things are being released, and there's a great number of people who work for the benefit of humanity, if I may say so. So this is not only about business, but about, simplicity. Well, I believe that in as far as the future system is concerned, 5 years is not too far into the future. It's simply that these ecosystems, out of the current state that we see, we should evolve, and all of these seamless stories, they should simply become much more seamless, and in fact, going more offline. Because right now, we go gradually offline. How shall I put it? I mean, I should say that, maybe a little bit less offline. This is like, selling the, voice speakers with voice assistants, the delivery, the couriers, and the automobiles. This is our offline. And that should become more. Because our ecosystem historically starts online, and so we will be more and more going out into the devices. Because currently Marussia and Alice can manage the smart homes, and so respectively we ought to become the digital insides of your home, because currently to a large extent we're inside your telephone or your computer, but gradually we start existing in your speakers, in your TV box, in your floor leak sensors, in the automatic curtains, in your automobiles. So ecosystem should be penetrating, not should, but it will penetrate exactly where internet is able to penetrate and where digitalization is penetrating, because currently it's actively moving inside on various other devices which are slightly behind the computers and smartphones and their digitalization, but nevertheless gradually catching up, like smart homes and automobiles and certain street panels and so on and so forth. So, in the fact of the matter, in terms of these possibilities, and the story, like in the privacy area, it is being criticized. But in fact, I remember, and you may remember 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, there used to be a favorite thing when an imaginary future, when you walk along the street and all of the advertising boards, they show you something very, very personal. But what do other people are seeing when they are walking, the ones who are right next to you? This is not being mentioned, but nevertheless, so if something is something that's on your mind will be projected on the screen of a very, very, very intimate nature, right? So the advertising networks out of the internet are moving offline. And if we talk about the B2B part of it, we begin digitalizing our advertising technologies, the Yandex ones. We're starting to digitalize offline advertising services somehow and communicate in a more personal way. And so I would say that that will continue further. So more areas, more spheres, more touch points, more and more touch points. So the human beings will still feel more comfortable, more convenient, more beneficial in terms of the savings, and that we will cover more and more needs, including the ones that are currently considered to be specifically offline. And if one tries and look into your internal kitchen, so to speak, how the process of selecting effective and non-effective features takes place that you ultimately see inside an ecosystem, because some of the things do prove to be ineffective, while others, sometimes makes you think that that is the future. So how to make sure that this whole system is a living, adaptive, without obsolete rudiments which have been mistakenly connected? Well, we test the audience whether they use it or not, because to kill something that nobody needs is easy to do, but quite often it turns out that there are some who still need it, because it's very rarely easy that they have completely failing projects. Definitely, there will be a certain cohort of people, a certain group of people who really liked it. They tried the product, they tried the service, and that really difficult to predict in terms of when you feel that you need to close a project, that need to stop investing into them. So there are several approaches. There's an approach based on faith. When you invest in certain area, you've got a vision, you trust that it's going to be popular, even if some of the users are being critical at this point in time. It used to be on multiple occasions, like Zuckerberg also went through that, basically. If some of the young people who are attending the conference, actually 10 years ago, social networks were simply pages, individual personal pages, and so the only fun was to go from page to page and have certain, digital walls that you can write pleasant as well as unpleasant things on this. So first there was scrolling, and then by default it started opening, and everybody wanted to by default open up their walls and see what other people have written on it. So but in fact it is very important to have a vision and basically convince others that that's where the future is, and you will go there one way or another. The second approach to it is when you test it through users, you offer them certain stories and see whether they like them or not, whether they accept it or they don't, and so on and so forth. Dmitry, and how it is in your case? We're simply very much faithful. That is one feature. And the second, which is in the DNA of our company, we really are trying to make services for ourselves so as to use ourselves, meaning for ourselves, for our family, for our friends. So we do it in such a way so that definitely it is of convenience. And after that, there comes a question. If, because of some reason, we don't see it as convenient anymore, or the service outlived itself, then certainly there comes up a difficult question that should we continue investing into it so as to push into some sort of another future, or everything is so completely different that we close it? Yes, it is always a tough decision to close a service. But I suppose we start a lot of new things because the DNA of our company is such. There's love for the risk, the love to create new things. So all of the creations are quite creative, and so very often that particular effort leads us to some sort of a super outcome. So at some point in time we make up our minds whether we should completely close it or reassemble it or relaunch it. I believe this is a bit of an evolution, speaking about ecosystems, because and sometimes tails is being dropped. Yes, it happens as well. Now let's begin with Dmitry, so as to feel a bit of different dynamics. So let's again hypothesize the Russian ecosystems. What makes them different from the Eastern and from the Oriental ones? From the Western and from the, about Western ecosystems, Apple and Amazon. now Oriental ones, WeChat and RV. What can you say? A good question. Simply because we've got Russia to us, and I believe we are very local, and the most important characteristics that we have in the whole system is that in Russia you have its own players, strong, renowned throughout the world, despite the openness of the country compared to China. Because global players usually, they possess a much greater mass, including the money mass, so as to kill and get rid of small fry competition. In this sense, Russia turned out to be yet another, normality, which really makes me feel quite proud. Second, it seems to me that you can add that this whole locational thing, and I love to do things well. Our software developers, mathematicians, developers, engineers, they're very strong, and so it is true that we traditionally churn out the things that by showing to others we strengthen ourselves. I would describe it as our gut love for good products. We are saturated with this kind of an attitude. So whatever I see around me are the people who love what they do, who love to do something for themselves in the first place, so as to try, test, and verify. This is really a great mindset. Anna, do you have any other principal functional difference? Or shall I put it, certain past dependence, if you understand what I mean? Because everybody started with something their own. Yes, of course. Apple started with just iOS. Yes, past dependence, as you say, yes, we do have it, but it's really not about geography, but about the first court service from which everything started. So nowadays we're building an ecosystem around the contact, and we're trying to be more oriented towards a big number of people, because Yandex started from the search function, the very same Amazon and Alibaba started with e-commerce and trading, and respectively, we forgot about Google, you see, which in my mind is the biggest ecosystem worldwide, so to say. And so respectively, yes, the WeChat, it's around messaging service, so obviously everybody has one's own stronger feature. So, for example, it's like Dmitry said, Yandex, we take people to other businesses, we do the connectivity, all people of the businesses come to us, and we will provide you with a very close, very deep interaction, continuous interaction with other businesses. So it's not that they simply will come to you single time, but you will be able to get to know each other and enjoy a long-term relationship. And the WeChat is as well. The social aspect was in the core of it, like a social messenger. And all the businesses then come to WeChat, and through WeChat, they establish long-term relationship using their platform. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this conversation. It seems to me that it turned out to be extremely informative, and we've had enough time to cover extremely diverse and almost exhausting all the topics, issues about the ecosystems of the future and possible competition, and the improvement through ecosystems of the businesses and users. Thank you very much for this substantive debate. Please stay with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, everybody, good luck. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and now we're being joined by Vladislav Krenin, Chief Growth Officer from Sber. Vladislav. In the majority of cases, the ecosystem that we're talking about, they have, as they say, technological background. I mean, the core business of the companies which have created successful ecosystems primarily is in the area of tech, coding, computing, search, social networking, and so on and so forth. In your case, Sber represents a lucky exception, because it's an extremely rare case including globally, when it is a financial institution that becomes the nucleus of an ecosystem. Moreover, I can tell you, I never had an example when a bank with such a long history, a bank from the list of the core systemic banks, updates it to such an extent so as to take up a leadership position in the digital space. So in your mind, what will be the way that these Bears ecosystems will develop into the future, and how will you be able to compensate for the lack of the core competencies related to technology? It seems to me that the ecosystems, you are not born into it, you transform yourself into it. And so different players go through that journey in different ways. And indeed, there are quite a few ecosystems that we're aware of. They spun off from the technological companies, or the companies who in the foundation had that technological core or the platform. Like, for example, the case is of the Amazon, quite a valid leader both in e-commerce and in the voice-based search and in the entertainment system. That is a very good example where from an e-com gamer and player, you break into a totally different realm. Apple is another good example from the company which originally was producing hardware, gradually becomes a company where 30% of revenue comes from softwares, and also turns itself into a very close but nevertheless comprehensive ecosystem in as far as the users are concerned. And Mail.ru, which is our partner in several frequency businesses related to the food tech, related to the city mobility, and Yandex, which until recently was our e-commerce partner, and in the fintech sector. This is the company which today undoubtedly developing their business models based on the ecosystem principles, and they do it from the digital inception as an original provider of a technological service. Whenever somebody says that the banks don't become ecosystem because they're not technological companies, well, it's easy to understand such an argument, but on the other hand, I cannot but feel like to argue against it, because the bank, with its super-loaded infrastructure, with its system of risk management, which is one of the most advanced, principally speaking, from the point of view of mathematical modeling, from the point of view of machine learning and artificial intelligence, a bank effectively in the contemporary world is a tech operation. And the kind of banks which didn't transform themselves into technology companies are currently suffering for the crisis, or will encounter such suffering shortly. I believe that a bank and a technological company gradually should become synonyms in terms of their purpose. Whatever the bank is trying to sell, and whatever sustainability of the bank's business model is being reliant upon, this is technology, the ability to cope with the burden without undermining quality. And that means risk management and the proper offering management, which is based upon artificial intelligence. Sber, over the past 5 years, and this is something that our CEO and president spoke of, Herman Graf, during our SberCom conference, passed through a wondrous journey of transformation into a technology company. We changed a lot of our internal processes. We recut our organizational model. We transformed ourselves into agile in order to create quickly, in an agile way, flexible products. We created our own platforms that you can't find anywhere else in the world, which at record speed process millions of transactions, where from the point of view of the customer management, we store data about dozens of millions of our clients, and I shall remind you by saying that we've got about 100 million active users and more than 2.5 million legal entities or businesses as clients. So in terms of the core of it and our technology, we are certainly a tech company which has its own platform and customization of its product offerings, customization of pricing, customization of communications, and so on and so forth. And of course, thanks to the risk machine in many ways, we are automated because we process dozens of thousands of credit applications. We have recently held a green day, which was a day of special offering and sales. Over 2 days, we have received about 400,000 loan applications, and just within the average time of accepted loan application and approval, 90,000 loans were issued on a fully automated process basis. And that points to us as a technological company in the foundation of the business model of which and the customer service are the technologies. And next, what is important is that the ecosystems are growing from frequency services. And the fintech, which is financial services, undoubtedly are the frequency-related one. If we take a look at the P2P money transfers from client to client, so today, pass over to Sber, this is a coinage, a buzzword. For example, I transfer through Sber minimum 3-4 times a day to my family members, to my friends, to my colleagues who treated me to a lunch, and so I sort of repaying them. So this is a very much frequency-based behavioral model. We pay by using a card, or we put up our smartphone to the card reader more often. On a daily basis, I make about 8 to 10 card transactions, both offline and online. And all these kind of financial services are frequency-based one, and this is the kind of the fintech offering that is the core part of an everyday customer life. And in my mind, I put up my smartphone to the post terminal as frequently as I put out a search through Google. So if you compare how many transactions I do a day and often I use a Google search engine a day, how often I check my Facebook page account. So that's the real thing. So it seems to me that from a financial service, from a fintech solution, you roll yourself out into other human activities, offering attractive services to people. That contains a lot of organic sense in terms of the customer perception, because inside any ecosystem, you are trying to meet the frequency needs of a customer, which could be about food being delivered. In order to do so, you need a financial transaction. For example, delivering food or simply product from a store to a home. So in watching a new movie that has been released in online cinema theater, for example, if it's new something, they have to pay it against just simply a subscription for whatever is on a regular basis. So finance is a very much or fitting element in our consumption patterns today. And I would say that we are not aware of any other examples except from this bear, when the banks would become part of an infrastructure or an ecosystem, rather. And so that is why there are trendsetters, there are the ones who are the first to develop a business model, who through their example prove the success of such a business model, and then others start catching up. And so I believe that Sber is one of the pioneers who demonstrate that it is all possible. In China, there is an insurance company, Penyang, and they also develop their own future in the insurance business and basically go into developing their own ecosystem. Well, clearly there is an Alibaba, and the lifestyle super app is what they started developing from their financial services, which is called Alipay. Well, there are ecosystems such as Ali, Tencent, or VKontakte, which from the social services, from the communication social networks, transform into something different. There are examples of the search systems which evolve into the next generation of services. And there is an example when a fintech operator from the financial services then transforms into a full system. And I believe this is a very much logical. And I would say that based on the customer perception, I think that should be considered to see that it is very, very logical. Another very important point is that the nature of the ecosystem should be taken into account, that your users and customers should seamlessly use your services, not only in as far as the core the part of it is concerned, because it's a vague contact, it's just communication. Sber is originally was a financial institution, but for the brand to be scaled down, to be stretched to other levels. When we studied Sber brand, for me as a marketeer, I find it very interesting and easy to talk about brand and branding. We decided to take a look at how fitting it would be and integral it may be for other industries, and how, to what extent the Sber brand value and capital, because people believe that we are very reliable, and we believe that we are quite innovative in the innovation sphere. Customer centricity is another very important matrices. Social responsibility. So these are the main attributes of the Sber brand today. And further on, we see how these attributes and the capital, how we can transform it to other industries. And we understand that Sber Health, on the one hand, it's a bank. There's healthcare and finance, different categories. But what is important for your healthcare? Whenever you select a doctor and you order a medical service, of course it is important for you to trust, and you need a certain guarantee of reliability. And simply because Sber Bells is associated with it, people really are quite accepting a very fast-growing vertical. Sber Market, you find it very important for it to be brought to you very quickly with a very convenient scheme of payment, good quality products from stores that you are familiar with, that you trust. And when we invested our brand into the company that we acquired, and we did its rebranding, and it became Sber Market, we immediately saw a much higher level of customer trust and a conversion from advertising into active users. So, in the end of the day, Sber Market, just based on the results of the second quarter this year, grew year on year 19 times. There is a very significant result. So, yes, we were helped by the pandemic to a certain extent, and of course, the brand that you can trust. So whenever we talk about the ecosystem, the notion of a brand is very important. The brand that you can make into a broad one for a whole set of categories, the brand that people will trust, and strong brands can much better reason to develop ecosystem rather than the brands that are not the top of mind leaders and do not contain a lot of capital investment. So in this sense, the most reliable brand in Russia, Sber, will be getting a very big window of opportunity to develop its system. Well, dear friends, thank you very much for this extraordinarily interesting conversation. You know, ecosystem is something that can take us into the future. Whenever we remember ourselves back in our childhood, we were looking into some sort of a movie about the future, and we would stay glued looking into what will happen because we wanted to be part of the future. And so this overall and over-the-counter digitalization makes it possible. So I wish you good luck and good day. Great many thanks to our guests for this extraordinarily interesting conversation, and thank you very much for your many questions. Our guests and speakers will definitely respond to them. And now, let's take a look at the results of the Slido voting. Many thanks to all of the speakers in this session. Undoubtedly, agility and speed are the sources of growth today and in the future, and it's great to see that we're moving in the proper direction. And now, let's summarize the results of our polling. Which of the new solutions that provide you with agility and speed you would be ready to utilize for yourselves in 2021? Based on our views, it is most important to have real-time marketing instruments. Excellent choice. We would only be happy to provide you with them. Call upon our agency. We will help you. And now, let's go over to the next session of our conference. We thank our conference partners for their support. Rus Outdoor Group of Companies, RBK, Rambler Group, Gallery Digital Operator Number 1, Impo, Moose TV, TV channel, Go Mobile, iTarget, Players Agency, Adindex. Let me remind you that you can forward your question to the speakers. You can do through slido.com, hashtag TYNY 2020. The conference materials will be uploaded in the course of the day to the Adindex website. Dear friends, dear colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Kiriyanova Natalia, and I'm in charge of the Wavemaker Agency. So we're now moving over to the next session of our conference this year, next year. And the topic of this session is not trivial. Diversity and inclusion is its title. In Russian, we describe it as inclusivity and multi-impressionalism. Well, this particular trend is really gearing up around the world, while in Russia, this trend is relatively new. Nevertheless, in our industry, this trend and this agenda are being used both in marketing and in corporate culture and in corporate travel that we cover as our business responsibility. And so this new trend, diversity and inclusion, will be soon here in Russia as well. Now the question is in which way and form it will emerge in Russia. And before we start our presentation, I would like to remind you about our interactive Slido polling. So our question sounds in the following way. What do you think? To what extent it is interesting and relevant to work through the diversity and inclusion agenda in Russia? If positive, what are the aspects of it? The year 2020 definitely will go down in history and will be remembered not only by the pandemic, the lockdowns, the declining economics around the world, but also by such things as Black Lives Matter as Me Too trend, which received a lot of awareness in the social networks, as well as through the current election cycle in the US, when for the first time a black woman ran for the office of the vice president. So Kamala Harris, in her video message on November 8th, said that I'm not the only, not the last one. So the effect of diversity and inclusion upon the businesses has been researched quite well and published by such big consulting firms as McKinsey or such as Kantar. For example, in 2018, McKinsey published its research, Delivering Through Diversity was the title of it, and in that survey, they demonstrated the way diversity on the board of directors, where you have people with additional social background, different ages and genders, significantly improves the financial performance of such a company. Moreover, it is important to note that in the companies where in the management teams there is a diversity, decisions are being made much quicker and much more effectively, whereas the decisions themselves become much more creative and innovative. It is also interesting to take a look at the Kantar company survey, which published the first report about inclusion index. This particular report and survey was where more than 20,000 respondents participated from 15 countries. Now, interestingly enough, the list of the countries in terms of the Diversity and Inclusion Index is headed by Canada, where more than 65% of the respondents stated that they feel absolutely safe and comfortable in their workplace as well as in the social environment. It's also interesting that recently, in major corporates, as a regular norm, there are people appearing who are put in charge of diversity and inclusion and pursue this policy inside their company. So there is a great example from H&M, which one may say was one of the first employers who expanded its executive roster with the diversity and inclusion officer. Nowadays, WPP is developing a system of matrices to control the company's commitments to the goals of diversity and inclusion. And what do we have in Russia? At first look, the trend of diversity and inclusion may seem to us to be something alien, but that is not the case. Actually, if you take a look at the cover of the glossy magazines 10 years ago, you cannot but see how agenda changed, because on the front cover we see glamour, sex, unstoppable consumption, and these trends which flourished in Russia 10 years ago currently have become no longer valid. So let's take a look at 2020. What are the interesting things that we notice? We see the way Glamour writes about recycling, upcycling, site cycling, and draws the attention of its readership to the responsible consumption, to the environment and ecology. International publishers actively push forward the trend for diversity and inclusion in Russia. You can also take a look at the local manufacturers, at the local brands, which currently also come into interaction with diversity and inclusion, because the consumers have grown used to seeing the local brand having its own face. And they're used to see the agenda which is specifically, valid here. For example, the Russian brand Overgust works very actively with this agenda, offering to consumers an extensive number of exclusive collections, the proceeds from the sale of which would be invested into various foundations to support minorities. Last year, such brand as Glory Jeans placed out into the social network a model in a hijab. And that was accepted as a given because Russia itself is a country with a great number of cultures and ethnic groups. Another question, a producer of spinning bikinis, which launched a very moving story of a bikini showing that, let's say, the girls confront who don't have traditional beauty. And they also spoke to these girls trying to find out what they feel, what kind of perceptions and misconceptions they encounter in society. Let's take a look at a bit of this particular video clip that is indeed very moving and unconventional. I was told that you, Katya, you are special. Not like special like I'm classy and I'm good looking, but you are special in a different way, and so we have a pity for you. People would cut for me in a subway. They would ask me, what's wrong with your hand? And they were no kids, they were adults. So I really felt quite uncomfortable. My parents felt shy, and I went to my, grandma, and I put rings on my fingers where the prosthetic joined it, and my grandma told me, take it off, take it off. There are other examples in Russia. Today, the Yuri Dude's movie about the Silicon Valley was very much criticized. It's a very long movie, 3 hours long, but within 3 hours he's telling us a history about 8 characters. But amongst those 8 characters there wasn't a single woman, which gave rise to a lot of arguments, to a lot of accusations of him being male chauvinistic. Candler published an issue which was fully dedicated to Russian women in the IT industry, supporting the diversity and inclusion agenda. We, being the media industry, can help to create a better society. We can incentivize the further growth of our businesses. In what way do we see growth and how we can influence and use this agenda in our business? First of all, I would like to identify 3 key areas that we will still talk in this session that help us here and now in Russia to develop this area and grow our business. Diversity and inclusivity help big brand leaders to raise their equity communication to a principally new level. And that is the first thing that we will consider. Secondly, the marketing teams where diversity flourishes create absolutely impressive and unusual product. And thirdly, inclusive planning. We, as marketeers, must be able to step out of the box, step out of the usual perceptions, so as to engage and to our communication new target groups. And I would like to begin by touching upon the first part of it and talk about the leader brands. I guess I would like to say that here in Russia, we are used to watching social advertising, which supports and promotes a lot of different brands. Now, the topic of diversity, the topic of inclusivity up till now was something that very few tried to speak about. And here's the case of Colgate. This is being optimistic in action. That is its new concept. Last year we saw a video clip where the characters were the real people. A fire brigade woman, a woman wrestler, and all those people were connected by one thing. They had faith in themselves. irrespective of everything. Every day they remained optimistic, irrespective of the surrounding people not understanding them. So the stories themselves, looking for heroes, are based upon real stories. And that video was shot locally, and all of the characters were selected from the focus groups, and that was why they turned out to be so heart-touching. The second trend, and the second area that we can use in Russia already today, is that the multitude of teams in marketing can create absolutely stunning products. And as a result, I would like to show you the Netflix brand case, which has 26th position in the global ranking amongst the best global brands. Now, what does this brand do interesting and what we can learn from it? You can definitely call Netflix as the leader of diversity and inclusion in our industry. They do promote this or that sequel or focus groups, and in order to test their products and the success of their sequels, Netflix gathered a focus groups, a team which was very, very diverse in terms of their backgrounds and cultures. And this team was gathered to test the success of a new product in the market. So in terms of the precisions of forecasting, that team was better than the artificial intellect and was able to predict the success of the Netflix sequels much better than the machine they used. And so we've taken a look at different cases and areas which may be vital for marketeers in Russia already now. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that our customers have the product which are oriented absolutely towards different target group and different kinds of consumers. We need different teams and different people who represent a much broader world, who develop and implement real and valid strategies for our customers, who can see tangible insights, who can work with the kind of segments which on the surface do not look obvious. And exactly this kind of an approach to inclusive planning, which is a new thing to us as a group, I'm going to be assisted in telling you by Anastasia Koroleva with her excellent presentation.
Коллеги, всем добрый день.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anastasia Koroleva. I'm in charge of the strategic planning in Mediacom. And inclusivity to us is a multi-tiered, very inspiring topic, because it is true that thanks to the penetration of digital technologies, which provided us with an openness of information space, over the past 10 years, we've been able to see the world in its full non-binary diversity. And so conversation about inclusivity became an integral part of public discussion, but not only that. Inclusivity today is the kind of a subject which very strongly interests business community, and today's session is a great confirmation of that. Today, I personally would like to talk about inclusivity as a source of growth for the businesses, because the popular notion about a Russian consumer not being ready to talk about inclusivity, I would say, is totally irrelevant, because within every country, inclusivity may take on different shapes and forms, and so our task is to understand how one can correctly use the available opportunities to develop business further. So what happens now? We as a media agency still quite often receive briefs from our customers in order to expand the cover of our key consumers. If we talk about household products, quite often that is women in the age of 25-55, very broad, very common examples I'm sure that many of you are familiar with. Now, women in 25-55, a very broad audience without doubt. But speaking to such a broad audience, are we truly talking to the broad audience? A very simple example, the yogurt category. In it, 25 to 55 women are just account for 25%. It means that with such targeting, the brand ignores about 65% of its real consumer audience. But that is not enough, because being able to talk to your audience is not about targeting. This is also about content. Here we're taking a look at the picture on the right. Do we really think that all of our consumers look exactly this way? You don't have to walk far. Polina Gagarina herself doesn't fit into the image of a blonde woman in between 25 to 55, married with 2 children. Seemingly, we've got an answer. This is segmentation and micro-targeting, everything that sounds so cool and fashionable, but as a rule, any segmentation begins not from a human being, it begins from the brand, from the category consumption, and the task is to focus upon the easier conversible groups, so as to cut off the low conversion. So effectively, this is not substantially better than a blonde of 25-55 age group. Inclusivity is a very simple idea. This is about how to build a relevant dialogue with all of your consumers. The key words here, relevant and all. And that requires a bit of a shift in professional perception. But the prize is too big. Just think about what kind of growth you can achieve if you're able to talk to every potential consumer in the correct language, using correct content that is relevant to his or her preferences and motivation. Also think about the future, because developing a conversation with the young generation, the kind of an audience which will be very important for us in about 5 to 10 years, and based on all of these surveys, this particular audience is much more tolerant. You must be inclusive already now in order for your brand to take up some place in their hearts and minds. Think about that ignoring seemingly a narrow group without undertaking any special effort in order to engage it into a brand conversation. You also ignore a great number of those who support them. And this is a totally different scale of the problem. We have created a special kind of an approach in order to assist brands on their way towards the inclusivity in media content. This kind of an approach is called inclusive planning. It is made up of 6 steps. This is joint work with a client, which begins with building an inclusive brief. The task of this approach is to discover the existing gaps in different groups and to create the content and media solutions which will be relevant for each of these groups. For that, it is important to found your conclusion upon data, but not only that, but also upon a real immersion into the life of every group, where we're being assisted by the culture consultants from various communities, as well as the relevant partners. What does it give us? Let's take a look at the example. The Tesco, which is the British food supermarket chain, the fair share analysis demonstrated that the brand reaches a number of culture groups: LGBT, Muslims, people with disabilities, blacks, vegetarians, and that generates a colossal loss of hundreds, and not really loss, but lost opportunity of hundreds of millions a year. So as a result of the work, the calendar of activities of the brand acquired a totally different look. And so now it includes into itself activation of the key events customized to all communities. A real inclusive year for Tesco. But of course you may say, Britain is Britain. For Russia, this kind of a calendar is something from science fiction. Well, this kind, possibly. But nevertheless, let's take a look at the real figures. In Russia, effectively, we have our own inclusivity points very important for the development of our society. In Mediacom, we recently launched a survey of potential of inclusivity for different social groups. And here on this chart that you can see on the slide, the light green columns, the size of the group, the dark green part of the columns is the quantity of those who support this group, and that gives us as a business an understanding of the potential of every group as a source of a large-scale growth for the business. In orange, we see the xenophobic index, very important indexation of the way the community is inclined to not tolerate this other group as an indication of possible risk for a brand. Yes, there are risks in communications that the modern Russian mass consumer quite possibly is not yet ready to accept, like LGBT, political activists, and the arch champions of the body positive. Although there are certain points of application of this that are obvious. Retirees, people with non-typical professions, like the girls locomotive drivers, then the male dancers, and also activating it amongst the people with not typical professions. Vivian Savo gives us an example where we can see a situation with a transgressor life of a... This is Sasha. Yes, hello, Sasha. Yes, hello. Good to know. Thank you. What do you do for life? I dance. A dancer? Aren't you? Yes, I am. Well, maybe you show us a dance. Dad, keep quiet. What's wrong with it? So what? Want to do it? Please dance. Sasha, I've got the same kind of mascara. So let's summarize how one can do inclusive planning in Russia. First of all, you need to take a look at your consumer not through the lens of a category, but through the lens of social relations, and identify a possible source of growth. And in a couple of minutes, my colleagues from Waymaker will show you 3 cases that greatly illustrate that step. Secondly, and that is important, you should assess the risks of various reactionary consequences using the xenophobic index. But remember, whatever is unacceptable today will become much less so tomorrow. Thirdly, choose the proper communication language. And here, pay attention, I would ask you to a anti-flu and anti-cold medicine case that our colleagues will show in a couple of minutes, and definitely make sure that the brand is present in the kind of context which is relevant and proper for every group. Once have taken the road towards inclusivity, don't step away. Look for long-term, and that would really bring back a lot of benefits to you and to your brand. This is it with me. Now, you will see real examples of how one can do the inclusive planning in a Russian environment. So thank you very much for your attention. In case you have any questions, please raise them. We, as a part of a big WPP holding, are absolutely supportive, and we share the agenda of diversity and inclusion. I'm very happy to introduce to you David Eckler, CEO of the MMA Group.
На эту роль меньше, чем год назад. Сегодня на нашей конференции Дэвид поделится своим личным опытом, а также позицией и взглядами GroupM на данный вопрос. David, welcome to TYNY conference.
Hello, my name is Demet Eckler. It's a great pleasure to be here in this year, next year event in Russia. I'm the CEO of GroupM in Europe, Middle East and Africa. I'm still relatively new in my role. I started at the beginning of March this year, just before the COVID has started actually, and it was before the lockdowns. And I really wished I could have been with you in Moscow today, but unfortunately I'm reaching out to you through this video. So today I'm here to talk about a little bit myself and also my journey with diversity and inclusion. I've started my career almost 3 decades ago in Turkey, and my journey with WPP has started 20 years ago. I joined WPP to set up Mindshare in Turkey. We started from scratch to build a new agency in a market where we had a lot of ups and downs. It was a journey like a roller coaster. And I did this role for 10 years, and we grew really significantly. We became the biggest agency in Turkey in our 6 years, and Mindshare in Turkey has still this position. And after doing the role for 10 years and moved to launch GroupM in Turkey, and that was also an interesting experience for me because we were the first founder of GroupM, and then we have built a great platform where we helped our agency to grow faster, further, and we became really successful. After 4 years of doing this role, and WPP approached to me and asked if I could do a country role to expand my responsibility all around WPP operations in Turkey, and this is what I've started doing. And after doing 10 years WPP and GroupM, I came with this new role in the region, and I stepped out from my comfort zone, and I started doing a regional role. GroupM EMEA is the biggest region in the global organization, and that has been a big challenge for me. Having said that, I also need to talk about, the journey and the experiences which has brought to me. Because being a woman in a country like Turkey has been really challenging time to time. I had great team, I had great support from WPP, GroupM throughout the whole experience, but also I felt that I needed a lot of allies to achieve what I wanted to achieve. So my experience with diversity and inclusion started throughout that period, and I knew that what I achieved doing my role taught me a lot about how I can help women, how I can set up a role model and then help them to achieve their goals. What we know about diversity and inclusion is never enough. There are always different perspectives that gives you a different point of view. To understand what inclusion really is, we need to put different lenses and took the world from their eyes. If you start to understand them, I mean the minority groups, truly learn from them, then you can make the right decisions to support and help them. My journey is a great example to understand there is always room to go. When I started my regional role, as I said before, I started to understand the issues in different markets are totally different. And there are lots of things that I need to learn and understand better, like the Black communities. Now I'm one of the mentees in GroupM Bridge Initiative, and I learn a lot from my mentor, a totally different awakening for me. Equality means to give additional support to the minority and underrepresented groups. I am a devoted sustainability advocate. I try to be present in every platform that I can raise my voice, educate people, and myself, and also the men. The power we have as a group, as a person, it's really big. When we use it for a good reason, like WPP purpose, build a better future for our people, clients, and communities, and GroupM says to be responsible for shaping the next era of media, where advertising works better for people. I personally have had many challenges because throughout my career, I've always been building something from the very early stages. First, it was Mindshare, then GroupM and WPP, country role. But beyond that, Turkey has been probably the biggest challenge itself as a country because, I mean, that has been really like a roller coaster, as I said. Financial crisis, big earthquake, terroristic attacks, big disaster almost every couple of years. So we were always dealing with ambiguity and uncertainty. Always we needed to have a plan B and getting ready for a response, depending on how things go. That's really given me a resilience, which is helping me today a lot. Also, I was a young mother when I took my Mindshare job. I had a baby at home, 1.5 years old son, and a baby at work to grow. So that was a big challenge. We all grew up together, my son, myself, the company. It's that experience which also triggered me to try and help other women who are going through the same phases in their lives. I've started mentoring, coaching, and now with GroupM, it's one of the only companies in the communication industries in the country and also in the region that has signed up to the, a lot of gender equality pledges. In Turkey, we are also a part of United Nations Global Compact. I'm the vice president in charge of diversity and inclusion chapter, and I'm still learning and I'm still contributing in that area in my country. And I'm also taking what I've been learning from Turkey to the region, and we are also initiating a lot of platforms, actions, and ideas. As GroupM and WPP, we really take it seriously, diversity and inclusion. We are the biggest advertising group in the world, so we have the power to drive the positive change, that's for sure. As GroupM, we promise to provide equal opportunities in all our employment conditions for recruitment, employment relation process, compensations and benefit, access to training, promotion, retirement, etc. At the heart of our principle of equality, we also expect our business partners to give equal treatment and provide equal opportunities to all their employees as well. So we create the chain. What we want to achieve is strengthening the talent pipelines, increased representation of diversity at all levels, particularly senior roles, better work at all levels, micro-diversity of thought driving better. Macro-diversity is really helping us to improve the business performance, breaking down silos and creating opportunities for different connections, relationship, and idea generation as well. It's so important to have great partners and people to share and collaborate with these projects. The first meeting that I had in my new EMEA role was with all markets to help with the relief of coronavirus. We started doing these calls on a regular basis. All leaders from EMEA joined those calls. They brought specific initiatives, specific ideas. We all learned from each other, and there were so many projects going out from those sessions. We've created initiatives such as reverse mentorship program, the bridge that I've already mentioned, and also, WPP on a much greater scale and scheme. And they started this inclusion board. They launched the inclusion board. And I've been also invited to take part in this board. The purpose of this board is to advise our CEO, Mark Reed, and executive committee, and assist in accelerating change throughout WPP. The role is to give a voice to underrepresented group at the highest level of WPP, recommend programs, policies, and initiatives that will systematically create more inclusive and diverse workplaces, provide input on leadership succession, remove barriers to progress, and assist in setting aspirational targets for evaluating underrepresented talent. As you know, last June, WPP announced a salve of commitments and actions to help combat racial injustice and support Black and other people of color. We are working on a framework to help us deliver on each of the commitments to increase representation of diversity across company at all levels, embed inclusion and diversity imperatives into the fabric of our company, to establish goals and metrics to measure progress and ensure accountability, and to create sustained momentum that we can be proud of and our clients benefit from. I think once a leadership team is committed to changing things, once a leadership team is committed to see things from different perspectives, and once a leadership team is open to embrace people so that they feel that they belong, then the conversation around inclusivity will never end. I feel that's exactly what's happening at WPP and at GroupM as well. In Turkey, we have still serious issues in women representation in workplace, and share of women in the labor force is still low, 34.5%. The same problem, it's even worse problem, is LGBT and also people with disabilities. The other important problem, Turkey specific, is the inclusion of the refugees. We have more than 3 million refugees living in Turkey right now. So problems may vary according to countries, but the common problem is to find inclusive solutions for underrepresented groups. There are always same problems for same groups. And I think what we have also in common with you as Russia and Turkey, maybe the definition of diversity and inclusion could be different, and the percentages, ratios can be also different. But the way we approach it should be very similar, because I know culturally we have a lot of similarities. When I speak with my Russian colleagues, we always find a lot of similarities between our countries. So I think there is always hope. It requires commitment, it requires programs, it requires also creating allies around the issues, so we all together help to solve them and create a better future. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Demet, for your speech today. It was all very inspiring for all of us to look at the diversity and inclusion from a different points of view, from the ethical point of view, business impact, HR. Спасибо всем огромное за то, что вы
участвовали. Thanks very much to all for participating in our interactive polling for diversity and inclusion. So the time has come to take a look at the results of the polling. And the question which of these problems you believe to be most applicable in Russia, we've seen the following answers. The first and the second place have been shared by a prejudiced attitude towards the people of younger or senior generation, as well as prejudiced attitude towards people with physical or mental disorders. But in the third place, it's unequal opportunities between men and women, including the career development opportunities. But on my part, I would like to say the following thing. Dear friends, everything is in our hands. Let's look differently at our teams, at the people who work in our companies, and at who we accept into our companies to work with us. Everybody, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for having been with us at this Next Year conference. Thank you very much for asking questions and participating in our surveys and polls. Now the time has come to take a look at our forecast results. All right. So, overall, our guests are being quite optimistic and believe that the advertising market shall grow from 1 to 5%, which basically also coincides with our forecast for the next year. And I shall remind you that we believe that the market will be able to grow by 5% incremental next year and practically will near the level of 2019. And I'm also happy to announce the winner of the Best Question Award. We have received very interesting questions. Thank you very much. And 15 participants will receive our shirts of TYNY. So look at the list of the winners in Slido, as well as the TYNY Next book. Thank you for being with us, and see you in the future.